We're all very nice and should totally follow me. No, follow me, but like, follow
Not follow you, but follow you?
me. Cue 80s song. Which I'm not allowed to sing.
I don't even know which one you're talking about.
Probably a 90s one, actually, to come to think of it.
The only 80s songs I can think of right now are Slayer for some reason.
So that's the energy I give off.
Bleeding its horror, creaking my destruction. Now I shall play the blood.
The Eclipse did weird things to people, apparently.
I may have been at the Slayer show in Atlanta in '88.
All right, so
Oh, hell's bells. Part 2, you dingus brain. Freaking great. Yep, nope. Remind me, Modifius being looking all silly. And wait, I can edit? I can edit. Oh, I'd have to be premium. That's not. Part 2. Or do I have it as part 2 on? Okay. I don't know how to run things. Great. Hello, everyone. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian, and this is the Electric Metropolis video game tour. And tonight, and forevermore, we are playing another episode of Halanak Station, a Star Trek Adventures tale. And we are in part 2 of Unity Among the Stars. To give a quick recap of what's happened so far, where we are at the moment. It is Stardate 60609.3. The USS Da Vinci A responded to the call from the FIS's Information Assembly to mediate a dispute between the Opentari and Etheri colonies in the 1210 star system, specifically on planet 1210-3, the third planet of that star system. The disagreement stemmed from essentially differing philosophical viewpoints regarding the exploration of a potential site for an Aquarius-like artifact within the planet, as well as competition for recognition in the assembly. During the early stages of the mission after arrival, the Da Vinci A learned that the Opentari starship UPN Longshot was in distress, having been pulled into the gas giant of the same system by a cosmic creature. The Da Vinci A successfully facilitated the separation of the Longshot from the creature, allowing the former to safely escape via quantum slipstream. Efforts to assist the cosmic creature in escaping its captivity within the gas giant was then initiated. As plans were made to extract the creature, the USS Oneneros, under Captain Riel, warned the Da Vinci A of an anomalous energy beam emanating from the galactic filament they were researching. Both ships raised shields just in time, minimizing damage from the beam. However, the cosmic creature was swiftly drawn into the filament and disappeared from sensor range. Meanwhile, on Halanak Station, Station Commander Captain Thralik met with recent liberated Borg arrivals, Jaisal Quistel and I air quoted at a camera you can't see. Tensions initially ran high, but Captain Thralik successfully de-escalated the situation, welcoming the newcomers and beginning discussions about their intentions and requests. And on the planet Upantar, off-screen mainly, research teams began organizing to investigate the Aquarius artifact complex under tight security. Their efforts aimed to uncover the origins of the unique astrological environment of the star system and delve into the history of the Upantari people and the free information sphere as a whole. It is a 2-threat game currently, and we swing ourselves into the Upantar system. Our Captain Thralik was in the custody of Jaisal and I am, but also we're going to look at a certain harmonizer who is finally stepping out of a judgment hall after testifying regarding the Harbinger question regarding Ninth Analyst and Angela and what he knew. As the case is actually finally being processed, and that's why he wasn't here last time. He was just tied up in the legalities. But he's finally free to attend to his normal duties until such time he's called for rebuttal, but largely his part is done. But I suppose one question I would ask of Kovic is that what is his position, if any, regarding the Harbingers being allowed to stay on, or at least in orbit of the, in theory, homeworld, versus being forced to be displaced elsewhere outside the FIS or even within the FIS?
The in theory homeworld, you say?
Yeah.
I thought so you're not talking about Upentar.
No, because their orbit is in orbit of the inferior homeworld. That's where the kingdom of heaven is.
Oh, the Harbingers. I thought you were saying
Yeah.
the Harmonizers. I was
No.
confused. Well, what are the in theory? What's the in theory position? No, I'm guessing.
They're intrigued, but there are some people that are worried about safety. There's some people who are, to put it simply, the in theory are split on the matter. That's kind of why this has become, and also they kind of threw it at the feet of the FAS as a whole. But there are factions of the in theory who want them to go away because they're the harbingers of destruction. Others are interested in what they know about the origins of the in theory people. Others, frankly, don't care because they have their own concerns.
So if they're not going to want them to stay in orbit of in theory, where do they want them to go, if anywhere, or do they care as long as it's away?
Those that are opposed to them staying just rather weren't. They'd rather. There's the more softer position of just somewhere else other than our planet, not our system, not in our backyard. NIMBYism, if you will.
Right.
More extreme elements are just straight up frightened them. They think they shouldn't be in the FAS at all. They should be someone else. They should be anywhere else in the stars, anywhere else in the galaxy other than the FAS. But those two things aren't the majority opinion, though. That's that part that wants them gone.
So the in theory are aware of Hell, right? The other Harbinger outpost actually on their planet, or that was actually on their planet.
Yeah, and some of them are thinking about getting that. I mean, Hell is is actually being supposed that it could be an Aquarius-like artifact area, but that hasn't been researched yet because the Harbinger question's kind of been the forefront. That's Kingdom of Heaven and Hell both have to be researched if they stay.
So, do the Harbingers want to stay, or do they want to not?
The Harbingers do want to stay. Both Control and Angela have believed that the inferior world, Taytara, there it is, that Taytara is their home as much as anywhere else, and they have a duty to the people of Taytara, whoever they are. It's just that they differ on how their history should really be reflected, because Angela sees it as them being overly aggressive in the purging, and Command basically just trying to maintain status quo, or not even go into the details, just kind of forgive and forget, and move forward.
Well, I mean, personally, Kovic's personal feeling is that that the in theory and the Harbingers ought to sit down from each other and figure out something that is mutually disagreeable to all sides, and therefore probably the best solution. But I mean, as a harmonizer, he doesn't really have an opinion on the issue. So I mean, that's not Kovic tries to avoid getting involved in politics on things like that. How are the harmonizers doing? Not the harmonizers, the harbingers doing here on Halanak Station? Have they pretty much been sequestered? Have they managed to get out and see some of the sites and go to the cultural wing? Have they made any friends? How are they doing?
Both ninth, the two representatives of the two sides, Ninth Analyst and Angela, have been the minor celebrity. Well, actually, minor celebrities. They're FIS celebrities. Like, everyone wants to talk to them for one reason or another. Like, in theory, have their questions. Batari have questions. Savixcast have questions. Then there's people from afar. So it's a lot of the diplomatic service here at the FAS have been, and the judicial service have been, and the harmonizers who try to help them just maintain their privacy and security. It's a lot of suddenly being thrown into the celebrity politico circuit, and neither of them were expecting that. So it's a lot of adjustment for them. They haven't really had time to just enjoy being here. It's either super serious legal talks about the future of the Harbingers and the origins of In Theory and so on, or it's being bombarded by a cavalcade of meetings and sub-meetings and invitations to dinners and so on, which neither of them are familiar with, because as they were designed for a certain thing, and this was not what they were designed to do. There's a lot of learning as they go.
Fair enough. But they seem to be, for harbingers, relatively stable and not terribly freaked out or, depressive or anything like that.
Insight, command, difficulty 2 to get a read on the situation as a whole. Because you're reading this through reports and stuff like that. I'll add computers plus command as well, because you'll be able to look over station logs on the topic.
I guess observation's not going to do me much good there. However, it is the top of a scene, so I think we are going to... You're
gonna fire one of your well-informed at me?
Yeah, have a threat to find out well-informed, and one of my questions will be, how are Angela and, was it Grouper 9 or Analyst, 9 Analyst, whatever?
Ninth Analyst.
So Ninth Analyst. How are they doing?
Overwhelmed and intrigued is the rumor. They don't seem... If anything, they're trying very hard to... From what people tell you, they seem to be like new politicians who aren't used to having been elected. Like, it's that feeling of... But they seem to be finding their feet. But it is a lot of blind flailing. But they don't seem to show any signs of being overwhelmed. They almost seem mechanical in nature, which does put some people off. It does confuse the people who you ask, because they have a hard time reading them, but they look like young politicians is the best people can guess at.
Okay. I'll spend my second question on any leads on what happened to Rule. I know where he took off with his on the ship, but have we heard hide nor hair of him since?
I believe the current running theory is that he was grabbed by the Consortium of Tay in some manner. And he was grabbed in transit. As to for what reason or for which employer, that's unclear. Suspects being there is a bit of a specter of suspicion specifically around Centurion Ryloff as far as the state's concerned.
Right.
They think he may have organized it in some way without them saying so. There's rumors that it was a Tal Shiar plot to pull back a rogue agent. There's rumors it was the Klingons for some imagined slight. But the central repeating factor is the Consortium of Tay. They're the people they're the organization most likely to have moved and done an attack like that without anyone noticing.
Can I have shared the things I learned last week?
Certainly could, yeah. I can imagine you, because I think you guys fired some of that data at the Harmonizer's office anyway. Specifically so Kovic could know.
Then you should have our estimations of the most likely points that a consortium of Tay vessel would go to. Is there a suspected consortium of Tay vessels?
Bases.
Bases.
How many do you have?
You should be able to see them right now.
Green circles
They're
on
in
the larger
green
map.
circles.
Oh, sorry, I had the thing up.
Yeah, we before things come up, there was a half-baked plan to go to use the shuttle that can jump really far, the prototype
Right.
to jump to either the Klingon or the Romulan, because those would be the most likely for someone doing some Tay operation in this area to go to.
I guess we got there all awfully a long way away from the Shackleton.
Well, the thing is, none of them that we know about are directly in Federation space.
Okay.
Yeah, because Federation considers doesn't abide mercenary work usually, so
Right.
a mercenary, a kill for hire sort of organization does not last very long in Federation space.
DM, are you willing to leave these circles on this map so that they can be come back to later?
Oh yeah, I've been leaving them since last session because these are
Okay,
known
cool.
places now.
Okay. Very good. And let's see what else is going on.
I have a question with regards to that. Given that the Cardassian Union is currently a protectorate of the UFP, does that mean we'd have potential easier access to that site? Not as the ship itself, but as
Like politically speaking.
Starfleet. Yeah, politically speaking.
Yeah, there's one has to remember one's in Cardassian territory, but Federation ships can move around a lot easier, or Starfleet ships can move around a lot easier rather than they ever were, without being challenged by the military. You might run into some queries, but it's not. The process is far smoother.
That could be one where it would make more sense to enlist the aid of another starship to check it out.
And finally, has Sapentia turned herself in yet?
She has not.
Chasing people all across the damn quadrant.
And I wouldn't give you good odds on her doing that.
She told me she would. So, okay.
Sorry, be right back.
Okay.
She can't not turn herself in. That's against the law.
Why would a murderer
Yeah.
do that?
Well, the flip side is chasing her will probably eventually
I
take
have
you to all of the Tay
returned.
bases. So. Yeah, when I get back to my office, I will take out the
Your communicator gets pinged.
UEC and call Sapentia.
As you start to call her, she calls you.
Ah, just the silver-eyed woman I was thinking of.
Yes, I noticed you were kind of busy, and I really didn't want to turn myself into your deputies. They don't quite understand the nuance of the situation, so, I just hang about out here.
Well, come on aboard. We might as well get this over with.
And by the way, did you know you have some Liberated Borg on your station?
I'm assuming Kovic did know that.
Yeah, you would have been looped in by security, and the tense standoff that almost happened that Thralic had to stare people down to keep them from attacking the poor people.
Yeah, Captain Thralic seems to have the situation well in hand, so...
Okay, well,
No.
so, as long as you know. Do you want me to just teleport somewhere, or do you want me to come in one of my small craft?
You might as well come into your small craft. No reason to let everybody know that you can just leave whenever you want.
Yeah, that tends to annoy people.
Hmm.
I'll be over in a bit then.
Forward to it.
And in time, she will request landing from operations. Operations lets you know that Serpentia has arrived and that she's landing at Shuttle Bay 26A.
All right, I will go down and take her into custody and start her through processing while giving her the name of the best defense advocate I know.
Give me control security, difficulty 2. Assisted by computer security, I suppose.
Well, security difficulty 2. Also, needs to be somebody who's pretty versed in Klingon culture, because I'm thinking that's probably going to be the better argument.
Doable, given that there is some presence of House Ukita here. Primarily Aurelius' people, but you know, there's Klingons
fair
here.
enough.
Is he?
Hmm.
Is he?
What?
Aurelius' consortium was here ahead of Starfleet, much to Trailblazer's annoyance. He's like, "Wait, you were already here? You didn't tell us? Well, you didn't pay for the information. Thanks. I'm really glad you're our allies."
I don't think I have a focus for this one, so I'm gonna dip to. Okay. Hard-boiled detective is a trait because I've probably one way or another run across lots of different defense advocates in my time as a harmonizer. Not necessarily on their side at all, but you know, I've probably been called to testify more than once.
I'll take it, but I'm gonna increase the comp by 1.
Okay.
Just because you've also been the one that's helped. You've been on the other side of you're the police, basically. So it's one of those like, look, I'll do you a favor.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's fair.
sure, harmonizer. What was this, a setup or something? No, it isn't.
That's fair. That's fair. So, okay, and then take 3 threat, I guess, for 4 dice. Since this is not exactly my very best roll, but it came through nonetheless.
3 generated. Yeah, you're able to kind of go through you properly book Serpentia and get her, and you're able to find a selection of a couple lawyers that she could use, like 3 or 4 guys that she can vet and figure out who's best to work for. Benefit of living on a Halanak station, that's a big place, so there's lots of people here.
Sounds good.
And actually, part of the process, because you properly asked the correct questions about what to declare and clarify to her what she's expected to turn over, she does turn over a good portion of her weaponry to you. So you get the feeling there's probably more, but she turned over like the big scary stuff that she really needs to hand over.
Yeah. Sounds good. I will put that in the evidence locker room. And show her to our nicest cell for the duration or until she's out on bond.
She makes herself a model prisoner, honestly, as if she's used to
very
being
good.
arrested.
Fair enough. and I will keep tabs on the progress of her case. And finally, I'm gonna go find that poor Romulan, like, private, whatever, that we've had stashed in a safe house on the station for I don't know how long now.
I remember the
That,
poor man's name.
The Ulan. I
Ulan.
think I have it written down because I had a favor with them. Unless I might have used that favor and deleted his name.
Let's see if I've got one with him.
Ulan
Nope.
Bator, I believe.
That sounds right, because it always sounded like Ulan Bator.
I was just going to say, we're talking about the capital of Mongolia?
Well, of the Mongolian Autonomous Zone, but you know.
So yeah, he's still in safe custody. He hasn't been
It's time
disappeared
to
or anything.
interview him and decide if he. I think he was from the state because he was involved with that.
No, he's from the Empire.
He's involved with that secret operation with the Savix Cast illegal base
I
and
think
Romulan illegal.
he's
base.
already. Last time we saw him, he had already submitted a request for asylum.
No,
'Cause-
I think I told him that was an option. He wasn't ready to make a decision, and that's the point we stashed him in the safe house so that Roll couldn't get at him, and as far as that goes, so that Rylov and the state couldn't get at him, and so that he could make his decision. Because the bit was, yeah, you can get asylum, but even so, you'll have to go through the FIS justice system for your, involvement in all the stuff that broke FIS law. But we can probably, with you seeking asylum, we can probably, minimize the charges or repercussions. So, need to see what he wants to do. Just tie up some loose ends this episode.
I'll tie up the loose end at the end of a disruptor beam.
Yeah.
But that solves all the problems. Very final solution. Phrasing.
We have to solve the Romulan problem once and for all.
How do you think the supernova happened?
We determined this on the planet Wanasi.
When you meet up with him, Bator tells you. When you meet him, he is rather. You get the. I mean, even though as a Romulan you can, he may not be human, but he is very much showing the signs of a bit of cabin fever's going on, because he's kind of been stuck in here and he can't go anywhere, he can't do anything. He can use the replicator and that's it. After a while, it starts driving him a bit batty. So by the time you get to him, because it's been a while, he's a bit edgy. And give me presence plus security difficulty of 3 to get a straight answer out of him, because it's a lot of whining and complaining that I'll spare you from. But it's a lot of that. It's a lot of stuff that's not terribly relevant, and you only have so much time to talk to him before you have other stuff you need to do.
Sorry, didn't realize I was muted. Interview techniques as a focus?
I'll take it, yeah.
Okay. Okay. intuitive to kind of ask the questions in the right way and to, see through his Romulan.
I'll take it, and I'll tell you the reason why it works is because he's making a big show of everything, but you feel like he's trying to tell you something in a very roundabout Romulan way. He's trying to signal something without saying it where something can record him.
All right, so maybe xenokinesics instead.
Yeah?
For a focus. Okay. Diff 3 down to diff 2, so I'm gonna spend that 3 momentum for 4 dice. Hit it, but don't think. Yeah, might as well. I'll go ahead and quash that comp with the League of Harmony medal.
Okay.
And I think I gain, 1.
So through all his complaints, you ask him certain questions, and then he goes on to another complaint about this or that. But you're starting to get a hint that he very much is trying to say something without saying it out loud. He hints to you that he believes he was set up by his handler. And he wants to go to whoever will help him get back at the handler. So whatever best gets him that's what he wants to do. If it has to be the state, sure. He'd rather not, because they were on opposite sides of the current civil war. But he doesn't know if the FAS is a great choice either, because they don't seem like the vengeance type to him.
Unfortunately, we don't currently have a Klingon diplomatic representative on the station. The last one was carried out with a tang in his eye. But I mean, your choices are the state, the Empire, the FIS, or the Federation. And of those, the only two that might go for this whole revenge shtick are the state or the Empire. And if the Empire sets you up, that kind of narrows your options.
Well,
But
I'm
let
not
me
the one
ask
who
you-
knows the specifics of these things. You're the big fancy harmonizer. You figure it out. Now, about that pillow, and he goes on. This big grandiose show that he's giving you. Or giving, not so much you, but whatever's watching him, because he's very convinced he's being watched by someone other than you.
What was your, you were a techie, right? What was your specialist? What was your specialization?
I specialized in computer and circuitry intrusion.
Well, I might have another option for you then. But it would not be a polity or even an organization with, well, the organization has some tenuous connections with several polities, but let's just say it's outside of the usual galacto-political realm. But they could probably keep you safe, and certainly could give you opportunity to wreak some havoc on those who put you in this position. Theoretically.
You're the man with the strings reaching out across the stars. You can pull one that's of any use, then
You're a
fine.
very poetic Romulan.
I'm always poetic. He stares at you and grimaces. I'm just showing you the full breadth of our culture. And even he looks, you see him kind of look at it, he kind of shrugs like, yeah, that wasn't a very good one. Then goes back to being stern-faced at you.
You need to get out more, son. Let's see what we can do about that. Hang tight just another couple days,
Ah!
and I'll see if I can't get in touch with some people.
An ale. Ale that actually can turn paint. Not this garbage.
I'll talk to Aurelius, the Aurelius Consortium. They can get everything. Although, if you want some gach or what the hell's Klingon coffee? I'm blanking on it. Roctagino. I know a really good place for those. So yeah, and then I will head back somewhere, like maybe to my quarters. Well, actually, my office is pretty damn secure, thanks to Talora, and see if I can't figure out some way to get in touch with the cybernauts.
As you begin doing that, Captain Throlic. Ow.
That's me.
For now. No. So yeah, you have you were informed that Harmonizer Kovic is liberated from his testimony duties for now. And you have yourself a couple of liberated Borg. I believe one of them had requested something of you, if you recall.
What was it?
See, Giselle is of a species from the Delta Quadrant, and part of the reason she fled to Halanak Station is because she heard among the Starfleet people that there was quantum slipstream technology here that might be able to get her home, rather than trying to figure out how to live in the Federation or elsewhere, for that matter. And as far as I am's concerned, it's a lot of very confused looks and puppy dog following the two of you around, because I am seems very perpetually confused.
Right.
Is that something?
Oh,
go ahead.
I can see about potentially securing a vessel with a quantum drive for any ship that's going to be a bit further out of their normal operating range than they've gone. So it'd be an expedition, but it is within the realm of possibility. We just need to find a captain who's willing to undertake the journey.
Well, good. That's what I was hoping for. So is it about how long might it be? I mean, cycle, 2 cycles, an hour, week, 7 cycles.
I'm not sure yet. I'll make some inquiries with the FIS polities that would be most interested. I'll try and get back to you with an initial estimation by the end of tomorrow.
Oh, good. All right, so great. Any special like rules or places I shouldn't go, or I'm not allowed to go, or actually, can I get to your computer? I won't like simulate or anything. I just want to upload like the map and your message to spacers and all that. Yes.
That's this way.
Okay, so
Some would beleagueredly get them to, guest quarters, I believe, which has a computer.
Give me some control plus command, difficulty 1, as you're arranging for Giselle to have somewhere to stay that won't, and help her get settled in so she isn't just bending your antennae the whole time.
What's the difficulty?
Difficulty 1. It's pretty straightforward. Just
right.
Normally it'd be 0, but she's being particular. Lots of, this one's too blue. I don't know, this one's pretty green. It's a little too close to the water. It's like, oh my god, just look. We have so many rooms. I can find one. Just give me a second.
Yeah. Team dynamics.
Yeah.
I'm bringing, yeah.
Don't worry, she's assisting.
Oh, fun. Only exited the game.
Man, I didn't even go full bore yet.
Yeah. Alright. I'll spend 1 momentum on third die. Just maybe I'll generate something. I do indeed. Generate 4.
You generate 4 momentum as you're able to find some suitable quarters and are able to remind the poor lady that perhaps the computer can help her with a lot of other things, because she starts treating you like you're a walking computer that can answer all her questions, except, LCARS is a thing, and it's perfectly capable of helping her with all the questions she has.
Yeah, I'll be answering her questions as we move between several sets of quarters, trying to find one that fits, and then.
I don't like the
I'll
carpet.
just-
Oh god.
Yeah.
Can I get one with a view?
Here-
Except they all have a view.
Here's the computer
Yeah,
system.
apparently Liberated Borg are not fans of the neo-industrial green rooms, and they actually prefer something else, which is a big shame.
Yeah, it's very strange.
As for I am, he, like I said, he just follows you around.
All right. I will try to get him set up in quarters next to Sol for now.
Am I being put into storage?
I suppose so. You're free to use the matter reprocessors for any food you need. If you want to learn anything from the computers, you can look that up. Do you have any questions for me?
Approximately 58 questions are pending. 59. Would you prefer them in alphabetical order or numerical?
And you rank them in order of immediacy.
Yes.
Let's take it through them. Let's go through them like that, then. Just kind of crosses our arms and leans against the wall. All right, I'm gonna answer some questions.
Am I being destroyed?
No.
Am I being disassembled?
No.
Am I being... And then a good chunk of the first few questions are just lots of self-preservation questions to see in what way he's going to be utilized as an experiment, if he's in danger in any way here. And it's just asked like that for a good 25 of the first questions are some variants on that topic.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not going to be submerged in salt water and electrocuted.
No.
Are you certain of this?
I am certain of this.
Sorry, that was 60 questions. New set. You require a sleep cycle.
I do, yes.
Looks at the door, looks at you.
Right. If you have any more general questions, feel free to ask the computer. Any questions relating to your situation can also be directed to the Harmonizers Department or the FIS Immigrations Department.
Is it safe to live here?
Not totally, but relatively, yes.
I was told it was safe here.
I would say it is.
You have contradicted yourself. Please clarify.
There's no such thing as 100% safety, I am.
Stare. One of his eye shutters closes and opens again.
But this place rates highly in safety of the places available to you. or to me for that matter.
Must I remain in storage?
If you wish to move around the station, I can get a guide for you.
Guide drone would be appreciated. Appreciated? Thankful. Grateful. Required. Required.
Right. And I know an Upentari who's absolutely going to love this. And they're like, calls up someone, possibly on her staff, but I feel like more likely just a civilian agency person who lives on the station who she's met through something. It's like, here's a strange being that I think you'd like to show around the station some more.
For 2 momentum, you could have someone on hand that's ready to help with that sort of thing.
That's absolutely what I was going for.
As IM gets the Upentari treatment. It sounds nefarious, but it's actually if you're willing to ask a million questions, the Upentari are more than happy to help you. Unless they work for the military, at which point they ask the questions here.
Uh-huh. They're so intimidating. All right.
Irana's gonna make a banner at you.
Exactly. So intimidating. All right. With IM handed off, and it's all in quarters, I will head to my office and start reaching out to some of the different captains of probably some of the more scientific vessels in the FIS that have long-range capability, if not necessarily the charts for it, and see if they'd be interested in a long-distance excursion. Possibly in combination with Starfleet charts from Voyager.
Presence command difficulty 4 to find someone that's
Mm-hmm.
both capable and willing to do it.
Yep.
And then even the willing person, you kind of have to sell them a bit because they're like,
Oh yeah, this is definitely a sell. And it also might be, yes, we're willing to do it, but not for another 2 months. All right, let's see. Focus in either guidance or team dynamics, maybe?
I wouldn't take either, actually.
Yeah, they're both big to stretch. Strategy and tactics.
At complication.
Sure, I'll take comp. Let's see. I feel like this one might help me or it might hurt me. Trait of relentless.
Diff goes down by 1, yeah.
All right. So diff 3. I will buy a third die with momentum. Generate 2.
Oops, shoot. Eventually, you do find in theory, captain who is willing to discuss the particulars about it. It takes a bit of asking around and a lot of, I don't want to do it, but I know someone who does. Don't worry, I know someone who does. No, I can't, but this person does. But eventually you get handed off and, they almost apologetically, they're like, look, I know someone. They're a bit of a... they'll take up a pioneering jump like that, so it should be fine.
Is there anything I should know going into meeting this person?
Have you ever been to Tara?
Not to the surface, no.
Okay. Are you light sensitive or anything like that?
No.
Good. He's a very multifaceted individual who can be a little trying on the eyes. You can give me an insight. You can either spend a momentum to get clarification on that, or insight science difficulty 2 to unpack what they're saying. Like there's a culturalism being said here.
Yeah.
They're just not willing to say it outright.
Insight science diff 2. I'm just gonna roll this flat. Observation is a focus?
Yeah, you may.
Wait, no, it doesn't matter. I have a 1.
Oh, there you
go. Actually, if this isn't matters of like cultural etiquette and that kind of like specific language, can I make a play for con instead of science?
I'll take it, yeah.
Alright. Now I do have a focus, and it matters. If observation works.
I'll take observation, yeah. You might have overheard someone say something, and now you have context as to what they may have been talking about.
Yeah. Nope, sure don't. And I'll let the comp stand.
Oh, wait, no. I'm adding a complication. I don't get the things, do I? Yeah, you kind of draw the wrong conclusion, and end up setting up your thinking it maybe a dialect thing that he's referring to. So you mess with your universal translator a little bit before you meet with the guy to hopefully cut through.
Uh-huh.
You think it's a dialect thing that's so thick that your translator will struggle if you don't preset it. Then you meet them in theory.
And I can't see.
Firstly, when you encounter this person in their quarters, difficulty 2.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, that's fun. Let's take a look at some traits here. Hot Flight Commander.
No.
Or this being dazzled.
It's too erratic to really apply. It's not really
Okay.
weaponized.
Calm in the storm. To light storm.
Complication increase.
Oh, fun. Let's see. Anything else that might help or hurt me? Because it seems like this person might be, somewhat divergent from traditional and theory culture, is decorated military family going to hurt me here?
It doesn't help or hurt.
Okay.
Actually, no, it complicates.
Okay.
Because now they can look you up and find that out about you, which does not make the conversation any easier.
Exactly. That's what I'm. Yeah. I don't know how high this comp is going to go. ESP as a trait.
Doesn't help or hurt you here.
Okay. I assume the same is for psionic then.
Yeah, no, that's not how they talk.
Yeah. All right. Cool. We're at comp 3. Fantastic. And I'm rolling an 11 here. Do I just want determination this?
Determination.
I
Talking
know.
to somebody.
Yeah. Oh. I could. No, I'll try and roll it. I'm gonna buy up to 4 dice though, with
Yeah.
momentum. So. There you go.
Sorry, 3, 4. So yeah.
Yeah.
Start with 2. That's how 2d20 works.
Right in the name. All right, I'm safe.
Hey, generate 2.
Yeah.
That 0 is just low enough. When you first walk in to this guy's quarters, most in theory you run into, they are light sources in various colors and shades and gradients and so on, and it changes. And the translator doesn't, thankfully, due to the work of other translators, you've been able to your translator is able to pick up and kind of give you a running commentary on how the person's talking. And some of your training's taught you certain colors mean certain things. The thing is, when you walk into this guy's room, you are hit with a wall of light. It's almost like a flashbang went off as you were treated to a kaleidoscope of color that just practically knocks you off your feet. And then you're able to just kind of shield your eyes, and it is antennae curling uncomfortable, like someone's unloading a floodlight in your face.
Yeah, I think like Frolic's eyes don't close, but they do, go lidded, and she starts to, sense the room more through antenna, because those aren't light sensitive. So
You're the one that everyone told me about, that told me about all the things that are about the space station. You're the one from a great military family. Oh, what many military things have you done? Oh, has your family done this? Has your grandfather done that? Oh my goodness, I have to tell you about my grandfather, who told me about a military man who fought this other battle, and then he saw this other battle with this other Klingons, and then I heard that you ran into Klingons, that you knew Klingons, and then he just rattling at you.
yeah.
Can you see? Are you fine? Oh, I didn't burn your eyes, did I?
You're a little brighter than I expected, but I'm doing all right.
You should be a bit brighter too. Put a paint on everything. You're too dull. It's too dark. Oh, that's okay. Sorry, that was insensitive. Sorry. I meant nothing by it.
It's all right. We all get a little bit excited sometimes.
Did you want to see something? Did you want to see me something? You wanted to ask me something. Oh, yes, you wanted me to do something. You wanted to hire me for something. Yes. What was it you wanted me to hire me for again?
So there's a liberated Borg who's recently come on station, who is trying to return to her home in the Delta Quadrant, and Frog's going to bring out
Oh, Delta Quadrant. I've been to the Delta Quadrant. Oh, it's so weird. There's so many non-photonic beings there. There's actually a place where they dislike photonic beings, except they think I'm a hologram. I'm not a hologram, though. I'm light. That's different. That's completely different. Not the same thing at all. You know that's not the same thing at all. Right? You know that?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. So, see? Someone knows. A funny blue alien happens to know how light works. Go figure. But no, we're a big interstellar power that doesn't know how light works. Everything has to be holograms. Or computerized, I guess. Sorry, you were asking me something.
I was referred to you with the understanding that you might be willing to take this individual to the Delta Quadrant and help her get her way home.
I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. Sure. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. The floodlight finally comes off of you, and you finally see that in theory, most in theory have a soft glow around them, out of consideration of aliens. They try not to blast full power light when talking to people because that happens.
Yeah.
When he turns, you can tell he's turning because the floodlight turns with him, and you can see you see a humanoid form of light that seems to be flickering across the entire spectrum of any visible light you can see.
Probably some invisible light too in there, honestly. Those are the moments of reprieve, or perhaps just the flashing. We'll see. I found an alien with space ADHD.
No, he's just old.
Right?
ADHD. ADHD in space.
Space.
Yeah, as he's looking through his files and beaming on incredible light at his console, which is keeping up with him just fine because this is a FIS facility. You recall, and you now realize what people were trying to hint at. He's of the spectral dialect. It's an very old-fashioned dialect that really only in theory ever used anymore, and even then it's in very formal situations because it's a flood of information that is only useful to in theory. To anyone else, it's a wave. It's either blinding and you can't hear, you don't understand what's being said, or for some species, it actually can cause minor eye damage. But among modern in theory, it's old-fashioned. No one talks like that anymore. Like, who uses that as your everyday conversation? No one could understand you.
Got it. It's fantastic.
And it's rude to point that out because the only people that do that generally are older, and it's like, well, we don't want to call it in theory old because they kind of get upset about that sometimes. So you know. So you want me to transport somebody? Where? Someplace? Somewhen?
Yes.
The floodlight comes back to you. Alright, I can leave within the hour if she's ready to go. Let's go.
I will contact the individual in question and see what her timetable is.
Could you tell me your dimensions? Weight? Light spectrums? Light sensitivities?
Yes.
Food allergies? Medical allergies?
I'll get that to you as soon as possible.
Oh, come on. You don't have to slow down for me. I can understand you just fine. Your little badgy thing is making all kinds of, very interesting colors. Yes, very interesting colors. Yes. Not at all quiet. Not at all subdued like a child. No, not at all.
Glad to hear it. I don't have precise information on all of that yet, because I wasn't sure if I was going to find someone willing to undertake the journey so quickly. But I'll get you that information as soon as I can.
You get blasted with more light, and your translator simply mutters very quietly, unintelligible. Please remodulate. Quietly.
Just kind of look down at the badge and... What was that?
I said unintelligible. Please recalibrate.
Apologies, my translator wasn't quite catching that.
I said, and eventually he will slowly and laboriously tell you one color at a time, and then eventually it becomes a back and forth of trying to get the extra stuff out of him.
Yeah.
But that'll end that scene. We off to a distant star. to the USS Da Vinci A. As Captain Sarserana wakes up in sickbay, relatively unhurt with a few minor impacts across her form, but they're easily remedied with a bit of nutrition and hydration.
All right. Am I free to leave medbay?
Very much so. We seem to be largely okay.
Alright,
Despite the shock. Seems like it was a very low. Your body adjusted to the shock quite well. So.
in that case, I will get up and begin heading for the bridge to see what the current status is.
By this point, the shields of the Da Vinci A have come back to full. Saving consolation, Captain. The boys around the planet are intact.
I would have thought what we learned was consolation enough. I want to look over the casualty reports. Do I have anyone who needs more than a medicine, more than our facilities?
Let's find out together. You only took one breach, as I recall, right?
Yes. And I incorrectly put it on structure, but it had to have been. I incorrectly put it on sensors, but it had to have been a structure breach because the slime got slimed.
There it is. Load, please. Two other crew members were injured during the structure breach, but your med bay is able to help them out.
All right.
Broken bone here, very nasty bruise there. Serrano's the first one out because thankfully it was just a very nasty shock. Which, if Serrano were human, this would be a lot more critical. But slimes are a little more resilient to electrical shocks, so which is very uncomfortable.
I'll be in the ready room, and someone can direct Serrana there when she gets there.
At the moment. I assume you head straight there once you're indicated, Serrano, unless there's something you wanted to do on the bridge.
Of course.
I guess Haifa has been around Bintari a little while, but she has a medicine of 1. So Haifa will say, "Are you doing better?"
Yes, I will be fine. It was a very minor wound. I am of perfect health at the moment. The ship?
Some damage, but nothing that's critical.
It's really astounding the beating your ships can take. It is as if they are indestructible.
She says, "Well, I feel like working together, you and me were pretty close to getting a deeper cooperation on shipbuilding until well, the defense minister caused a little bit of xenophobia.
Yeah, well, that might change sooner rather than later. I. She kind of like looks around and says, "Don't start screaming it from the rooftops, but the Prime Minister is shuffling his cabinet, and my hat is in the ring to be in the new cabinet."
Well then, I'd like to speak further about my proposal to help unify this colony. As a future government minister, certainly one of the things you could sell in your elevation to a cabinet level position is that not only do you have a close relationship with Starfleet, but you helped end a very divisive, dysfunctional colonial system and reformed it into a working polity.
We can give it a shot. I'm still not very confident in its results, but, well, I don't suppose there's any major harm in trying. And yes, trust me when I say Starfleet will have no greater ally than myself in any future government.
That's all Haifa needed. Haifa thought this was going to be a lot more work to convince you. So Haifa leads over, presses a button to the bridge. Ensign Canet.
I'm here, sir.
Set a course for Halanak Station.
Kenneth pauses for a moment, and after a second she says, "Is the mission over, sir?"
It's only just begun, Ensign.
QST or warp, sir?
Warp. I want a QSD back.
Understood, sir. And she gets the comm.
Haifa goes, well, let's work together on a proposal that we can get in front of the presiding speaker. Maybe he'll help us broach the topic with Parliament, because we're going to need their permission to attempt this.
That's as good of a place to start as any. Well, yeah, let's get into the specifics.
So Jim, the end goal here is not to use the Aquarius science phenomena to unify the colony. It's to unify the colony so that they can assign someone to go investigate it with us, right? To get them a functioning, stable government, and then with the help of that government, we'll go investigate the Aquarius thing, rather than trying to do it backwards. And I assume because Parliament's put a hold on those two big shots that we have to get Parliament's approval to do this.
You are permitted to speak with them. They just they pulled them out of system to make sure they didn't get in under your feet. But if you want to talk to them, they're at Halanak Station.
Are they allowed to leave? Because that's what I was thinking. It's not that we needed the Parliament's permission to talk with them, it's that we needed Parliament's permission to bring them back if we wanted to, because I was able to get people to meet with me and make a tentative agreement to form a science team, but you said Parliament put a hold on those people, so I couldn't get them here because they didn't want them interfering with me.
The leaders, yeah.
Yeah, so do I need Parliament's help to get the leaders back, or
you have to convince them that them being with you is productive, because they don't think it is.
Okay, that's what I want to start with then.
Okay,
That's right.
so, let's make this extended. You can do some of the extended tasks even before you get there, because you have to kind of figure out exactly what you need to say, who you need to say it to, what procedures you need to go through. Because there's
Serana knows most of these procedures, or else your political career is going to be one huge pain in the ass.
I have a focus in politics. I get the gist of it.
Yeah, you know everything there is to know about getting elected and schmoozing and dealing with other elected officials, but the actual parliamentary system, that's what I'm worried about. Are we gonna try to get this done and then they say like, no, we don't vote on Tuesdays, and that's just not something Serana knew because it's not their.
It's not on the
doesn't matter.
calendar. It's like, well, we would vote on it, but it's not on the docket currently. There's these other things that are on the docket first. Can you advance it? Well, no. I mean, it's not a life or death situation, is it?
Well, there isn't any measure to advance something onto the itinerary for today.
I'm letting
So
myself
When's
chew
the
one
pirate?
piece after dinner because I have holes in this tooth and stuff gets stuck there. I know, but I'm getting a piece.
That might
Okay.
have not
Once I
been
get
for
it
us.
filled, I'll be okay.
Your
I'm
mic's
gonna guess
going, in
that's
case
not
you're
for us.
wondering there, Kovic.
Sorry. Took it off.
I was like, the heck?
Sorry about that. I actually pressed the button and thought it was okay.
But yes, Insight Command, difficulty 2, resist 2, mag 3, work 15.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Focus in politics?
I would say so.
All right. Trait of political operative.
Resistance or difficulty.
We have 2 momentum already, so I'll drop the resistance by 1.
Oops.
And I will spend 1 threat to momentum to roll 4.
Cultural studies is a focus.
Mm-hmm. So 2 is enough. Give me 6 challenge dice, please. 2, 5. 5 off for resistance 1 makes it 4 work.
All right, can we spend for piercing?
Give me a 3rd if you want.
Yeah. Because that would make it 9 minus 1.
5 minus 1.
Yeah.
No, it'd make it 5 minus 0.
Yeah.
I don't know where the 9 came from.
Wait, did I say piercing? I meant the one that doubles with vicious.
No, you can't. That's a
Very
special power.
tight.
That's a talent power.
Oh, okay, my bad. All right,
And
then,
there isn't one for command.
All right, then yes. Okay, we'll get that 1 breakthrough, and we'll give it another shot.
So your first breakthrough, off of Insight Command, it's a lot of figuring out, okay, what procedures did they use, look over the current situation, what's the current order, okay, now you know who you need on the assembly to vote on this, because there's certain parts of it you don't really need to bother talking to, because they don't care, and won't bother, they'll kind of just vote present and be done with it, because they have other things they want to do with their day. And you warp over, and by the time you arrive at Halanak Station, which isn't terribly long, you're able to give it another go. This roll, I'll spend 2 to bring the difficulty back up to 2, as you now need to message the relevant people to get a certain amount of endorsements to bring it back to the floor so it can be discussed again. Thankfully, the floor has gotten a lot more freed up because the harbinger question has kind of calmed down, so the assembly's not tied up as much as it normally would be.
Alrighty.
This will be a presence plus command roll.
Okay. I'm rolling a 14 with a focus. What do you have, Winchester?
13. I don't know about a focus, so.
All right, then I'll take lead again. Presence command. I have a focus. Can I use political operative to drop the I assume same difficulty, same resistance?
Yep, it is now because I spent up the difficulty.
Then I'll drop the difficulty down to 1.
Okay, so resistance stays 2.
Resistance stays 2. And yeah, I'll give you 3 threat. Roll 4 dice. Okay, very nice, very nice.
Oh, regenerated off the back of that.
We'll spend 1.
Still a focus in cultural studies.
Yep. Well, that 1 comes back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it puts you to 10 of 15 work. The second magnitude is finding certain endorsements to have your proposal put to the floor, your amendments to the existing proposal, rather than doing a whole new proposal, because that adds days of work that you can just avoid by just amending the existing proposal. And you get some people that go, they're perfectly fine with amending it. They're not. If anything, you get the feeling from especially the people who endorsed you, the feeling that they really were just trying to help you, the mission out. They thought this was going to get in the way, but now they realize when you explain it to them, you would have preferred to your captain would have preferred to that captain would have preferred to have them. Oh, whoops! Well, we have to amend that. All right. Now, the last thing you need to do is actually write up your proposal and have it read on the floor. Once you've done that, it likely will go through. It's just a matter of the process of it. I'll bring the difficulty back to 1, because there's some people who will make noise about it just so they get seen on the holo, but it's not a really strong opposition. It's more of a token opposition.
Yeah, there's no filibustering in this system.
That's what the presiding speaker's for. No, none of that.
Still presence command, or is this control command or something else?
I'd say presence command still works here.
All right. Still focus in politics. Yeah, I'll spend that 3 momentum to roll 4. And yeah, we're gonna spend my political operative to drop the difficulty again.
Oh shit.
Oh
2,
shit.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Someone has a bright future in parliamentary politics.
So there's some float out there.
Okay.
Well, when fascism didn't work out, she decided to play the game.
It's 6 challenge dice because you still have to get some work done. Yeah, you still have to get that breakthrough. 2, 3, 4, 5. Minus 1 is 4. So minus 2, but 3 work.
All right. So we'll spend one
momentum.
We'll spend 1 of that momentum on lowering difficulty or lowering resistance.
Yeah, because 1 does 2. Yeah.
Yeah. And how much float do we have?
You have 2 left. And actually that's
Okay.
that will complete the task, but you have 2 momentum.
And can we create the advantage that the document is worded in such a way that it's not just requesting us to do this or ordering us to do this, but like but essentially it has become an ultimatum that like this will happen. The political territory will be reorganized, whether the people on the planet like it or not, and therefore they have to comply because either they'll have a voice in this or they won't at all. That way we can kind of force them to participate.
Hype is gonna back out of this real quick if you do
Okay.
that.
Okay. In that case, do you have a recommendation for what the momentum should be spent on?
I mean, I would. I think you were on the right track, but I would make it something like an advantage that you're given wide-ranging negotiating powers, right? If they ask for some kind of special trade relationship with the FIS or right some special status to their star system, you have the authority to say that right, Parliament's already granted me this ability. So I don't have to go ask. I just have to sign off on it.
Okay,
Because then we can give them the carrot rather than 15 sticks.
Okay, sounds good. Can we go with that? The arrangement gives us wide-ranging power to do this.
Because essentially the core mission was initially a mediation and research mission, and you've expanded it to we think part of that requires their cooperation. So you're amending that you're giving extra authority by the Assembly to negotiate to help Captain Hypho and help themselves figure out what they're going to do with their artifact. So easily done, and it's there's some token questions, but you very quickly, after hearing your amendment read, the endorsement people basically follow after what you said. The token questions are asked, is this intended to be this, that, or the other? Is this an expansion of mission? Is this a change of mission? And no, you gave a very straightforward. I'm just amending a little bit, just a little extra thing. We just want these two, and also while we're at it, I want more authority to talk to them on behalf of the Assembly. It's like sure.
Then I'll get started working on a format for the talks. If you want to get, I know you like a good banner. So if you want to make them feel welcome, I'll assign Ensign Selak and Ensign Sarai. They need diplomatic experience.
All right. Yes. She will agree heartily, and with 2 ensigns under her belt, she is going to decorate both the shuttle bay, the transporter bay, because she doesn't know which way they're preferring to come in, and the political conference room to be very welcoming and Upantarish and very big banner that's just like happy negotiation day or something.
You could create that for 2 momentum if you wish.
All right, sure. We've created a very welcoming, happy, ecstatic atmosphere.
Don't forget the stars and stripes and the fancy little documents we're gonna read out.
Yep. Yep. I've read all about the wonderful political events on your country. I've got all these red, white, and blue circles that I'm putting on everyone's chests, and I've heard many great things.
No.
Also, we're going to establish a Napoleonic code on the planet, apparently.
Yeah. Oh no. The first minister's about to get his head removed.
No, just the instigators. So as all...
They shouldn't have made the flags look so similar then.
How do you do this so consistently?
Meanwhile, on the Romulan Warbird Shadow Dancer, Centurion Ryloff.
Hi, yes.
So, what do you do as you're waiting for your journey back home? You're in custody, but it's largely, you can go to mess, you can go to your quarters. No, you don't have any duties other than don't get in our way and don't try to escape. because you have a very good reputation, so it's a very light, almost an officer's arrest. Like, we're not too worried about you running.
Yeah.
Which, certain Tal Shiar members would think that's incredibly lax security, but Sub-Commander Soren isn't worried about you running for it. It's his ship, and he gets to decide what happens on his ship, so... I think Centurion's not going to run, so fine. But he's in my custody, so there.
Great. Lovely.
But he's also not stupid in giving you access to, like, the con or, like, the transporter bay, because, no need to give you temptation.
A reasonable restriction. Yeah. We'll see what we can pull up about that one system that the people are operating in, the Tay.
Consortium, sure.
Yep.
The one in what part of space? The Romulan one?
Yeah, the one in the Romulan part of space.
Reason, and this is something you could look up. They restrict this because it's just a planet to them. What do they care?
It's a state system, even.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, sure, you can know what's going on there. So what exact fleet strength do we have there? I'm not sure we're telling you that right now. Also, you're too low rank for you to need to know that anyway, so... Well, that's not true. You're a Centurion. That's a respectable rank. Difficulty of what, though? Not 2. And the ship will assist you.
Lovely.
Sorry, my head's a jukebox. Every time people say something, I immediately start thinking of a song. It's one of those days, I guess.
Contacts within the Imperial State as a trait.
Mm-hmm.
And I will give you a momentum. Yeah. And investigative techniques focus, potentially.
I would say so, yeah.
Lovely.
We're generating 2 so far. Ship. Oops, not GM roll. Ship helps. Gives you another moment.
Lovely. What a helpful ship.
Benefits of being on a warbird, a real vessel. And one that's
I mean, yeah.
overly engineered Obenas.
How dare you?
Just pulling up the information. Computer? There we go. Thank you. Okay. Some data at you, because it's a planet that they have, so it's pretty straightforward report of the system.
It's always lovely when you chuckle before sending information.
Yes. Yes. That's correct.
Encouraging, even.
There we go.
Okay, let's see. Oh god, that came. Okay, so. Uh.
And if you have any questions about the system, you can fire momentum at me or threat.
Okay. Yeah, what was that? 4 geo inactive. Okay.
And a lot of these terms would be in like Romulan terms, but for my sanity and yours, it's in Earth language. So
Yeah.
rather than me trying to regurgitate it through the
guessing?
system.
I'm guessing primary habitation is on the class H? Or are all of these planets? Or are none of them
I'll answer that for momentum.
habitat? Yeah.
So there are a variety of smaller bases spread out across each of the planets, but the main world is Progak Gamma. It's the one that's used for for hostile planetary exercises. Whereas the other classes have like little like domed colonies on them for various training. Some of it's military, some of it, I mean, now a lot of it's military, but some of it's military, some of it's just like getting certification for EVA suit use or survival training if you want to get that on your file. But they're very small. Like they're places you go, you stay there, you get sent to Progak Gamma to do your exercise, and then you go somewhere else. The biggest facility is on Progak itself. That's where the majority of population is, but that's like staff, like people who run the training facility and such. Although now it's more of it's kind of been retransformed a little bit into more military, less civil use because of the Civil War.
Yeah. But from, access to the general information on the system would be okay, let's see what we can find on leasing or collaboration with mercenary organizations that may or may not be specifically named. But if they are specifically named, great.
Various ones do work here. And because people can if you're willing to pay the appropriate money and get the appropriate security checks, yeah, sure, they'll take your money and let you train on their world. Besides, it gives the other people exposure to aliens, so it kind of helps out for the Romulans who want to train here. They're part of the experience, As for Consortium of Tay, they don't seem to be outright declared here. Mainly because these are all housing facilities, so there are some Consortium of Tay people who stay at different facilities, different planets, but there's no dedicated one, according to the file.
Yeah, well, according to the information we have, this is a primary section of where they work, so there's got to be something that they're using as a different name. Or maybe several minor somethings that work together all the time. What are the affiliations of the directions? What do these individuals there do? Like, are they just sitting there, or do they have consistent business that might happen to overlap in the sense of, oh, they all subcontract to this, technically?
The common thread among the various organizations here, both Romulan and Alien, is the joint exercises. Like some of the exercises are tailored specifically to whatever species you are. So, with the majority of exercises being Romulan, because this is our world, go away. But now with the more like we're trying to be more open, very state sort of mindset of we're trying to expose Romulans to more aliens, aliens to more Romulans. So that's kind of what they're trying to do here. Think a military base that's also being used, or military training area that's also being used as diplomacy, which is not. There's growing pains. Let's just say that the last 8 years have been interesting. But the common thing is the joint exercise. That's when everyone from all the various places are invited to go to the planet to do a big joint exercise. To get from here to there, or orient from here to there, or hunt some of the local wildlife. That sort of thing. And that would be a time for a lot of these various people to talk to each other without necessarily talking to each other at the hotels and hostels and so on.
And final question I can think of is, are there any ships that are listed there or are due to arrive there that Ralph could cross-reference with ships that were in the vicinity of the FIS?
Let me check something.
No, we know that they were around, and presumably if they were just like, oh no, we're civilians, we might have a record of something that can be compared to. Hopefully. I'm looking for any kind of crossover.
I have to check my own thing.
And then, I'm going to have to, black out a bunch of information and then try to see if I can get it sent to Kovic, but hey.
There are at least 2 consortium of Tay ships that you find.
That have been in or near FIS space.
Yeah.
Or are due to arrive from.
There's the Starship Corva and the Starship Zadai. The Starship Corva has come through Halanak Station from time to time. Like, it stopped by for resupply and refuel, then it goes off to do things. But the Zadai one, you remember, was around the same time as when the Sub-Commander went missing. Like, the Corva could still be in or near Palinek's free information space, but you remember specifically the Zadai. The name rings a bell because you remember them. You remember doing something for them or overhearing something over the comms about them. And both of those ships have been here, have crew, even have crew here at that star system, I should say.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Good to know. We'll see if we can't essentially make a file of this, censor what needs to be censored. There's probably not much. This seems fairly straightforward, but Romulans are interesting in what they want to keep secret.
Yeah.
It's probably exact system information. Congratulations, Kovic, you don't get exact system information, but he's going to then see if he can't get permission from the sub-commander to have this put forward to Halanak. Operating within the bounds of his arrest.
Give me presence or control plus security, difficulty 3. As you're trying to assemble a file and then present it to Subcommander Soren so he can approve you sending state information, and that you've properly redacted the information that should be redacted, and explaining why it should leave the state, because there's a protocol that both he and you have to respect. So he can get in trouble just as much as you. He doesn't want to get dinged.
Exactly. Star Navy protocol.
Yep.
Romulan state liaison trait.
That's what's making this possible. If you were
Okay.
regular Romans wouldn't be allowed to share this information with out-of-state actors. You have specific
fair.
authority to do that until the Senate strips it of you.
This is fair. I had to try. I'm not trying to be sneaky to him, so subtle doesn't really.
Yeah, because the Sun Commander Soren's on your side, right?
I mean, it's also just why try to hide things when you don't need to hide things? You save that for later, and then you surprise them. That's how that works. I'll give you a thread. I'll use the bold to re-roll the 1.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, okay, that's not looking great so far. Let me let me be funny about it. I don't even have mission directives, I'm pretty sure. So
Report to the Senate. Do not escape,
yeah. Well, I mean, this is trying to make sure I have the appropriate information to report to the Senate with, but other than that argument.
Actually, I will give you a mission directive in the sense that Subcommander Soren did kind of press you very pointedly. Find information before we get there. This would hopefully go. This is in furtherance of that. So.
It's the other guy, actually. It's just the same one, the one that contacted him over subspace beforehand.
Yeah.
But we'll use that. Okay. And then press this, and nope. Ooh, that was tragic, but I made it.
This is a rather thorough bit of analytical work, Centurion.
I have had an unfortunate amount of time to get good at just looking at chip and data feeds.
You're certain there's a connection with this consortium. And, oh no, I see your findings.
It's the only thread that I presently have to look at. I am aware that the subcommander was acting in unusual ways, but I generally stayed out of his way. Best not to step on someone's toes accidentally and start something.
And you think this harmonizer can be of assistance?
Yes. Set him in the right direction of something, and he is very hard to stop. And this is not so much him working for the state as someone has acted against FIS law within FIS space. And that is something he doesn't tolerate.
Sounds like state police to me. Maybe you start learning. Maybe he should start
Watch your
emulating
mouth,
Romulan
you
ways
green-blooded
of things
son of a
rather than
bitch.
human ways. What was that? Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. You watch your mouth, you green brother son of a bitch. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to nail you.
Well, he is Ioshan, so mimicry is a trait.
Well, that's what I mean. Why monitor inefficient policing? He hands your pad back to you. Alright, you may have access to communication 4. Your communication will be monitored, obviously, in case you're rusty.
Naturally.
He kind of smirks a little bit, like, duh, you both know that. And he dismisses you as he gets back to whatever it is he was doing.
We will definitely go to send that, and we definitely don't want that to be accidentally picked up by the Tay, because that would not be great.
What difficulty you want to set the encryption? There's a control plus engineering difficulty you set. The ship will help, because it has encryption methods.
We'll go with 5.
Okay, get 5 to call.
With subtle.
Oh, now you're being subtle. No.
Yeah, I wonder why. Mine has nothing to do with it, but I will mention I have mistrust Klingons, but I don't think that really is anything negative here.
Doesn't cut either
yes,
way.
the Tay have Klingons, but
yeah,
I'm not trusting the Tay anyway. That's the point of this. Star Navy protocols.
Mm-hmm. Tara, this guy down here, because he's not arrest, he's in custody.
I'll do a funny. You get 3.
You.
There's the 4 I needed, assuming the other one counted. The subtle, I mean.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ship does not help you.
Ooh.
Oh, 2, 3, 4.
5.
3, 4.
Subtle.
Right. I'm with you. So yeah, Kovac, you get a encrypted communique from the Romulan warbird Shadow Dancer from Centurion Rylov.
Yep. And I could make that a div 6 if I needed to.
Well, I'll roll for the bad guys because be nice to get information being sent about them, but they don't know they're looking for it. They're just gonna try. 2 dice and
Do I know the code?
You basically just have to prove to the computer that it's you.
Oh, okay.
The heart. He just made sure it got to you. Plus, you both serve on the same station, so he knows what secure channels you use.
Fair enough. So what's the gist of this, Rylov?
The whatever system information is not restricted on the system that's in Romulan space, which is state controlled. Basically, several small mercenary organizations, nothing listed to the Tay, several Tay residents that participate in these operations, 2 ships that are registered to the Tay that are due to arrive or have been present in the system prior that have also been or are currently in FIS space. One of those ships specifically, the Zadai, was around at the time the subcommander went missing.
Spell that for me.
Copy pasta.
Me...
You went to the rescue.
Yep, I was just about to.
Aha.
The Zadai was the one that was in FIS space when Roll disappeared.
Yes. Or it was present in the general area. It had mentioned. The Corva is seemingly a frequent ish guest for resupply purposes.
These are not Romulan flagged vessels.
No.
Are these like registered as free trader kind of things?
Mercenaries.
Okay. Oh, now we got some leads.
Interesting note is the system that it is state controlled, but you can run an intelligence operation through a mercenary group through hostile territory. That's not a stretch, really. It's also fairly low inhabitants or low population, so.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks, Roloff.
Yeah, now find him so that I don't get court-martialed.
No, that's all right. That's the last note on the message.
Probably. It would be appreciated if you found him. But other than that, just generally behaving on the ship.
Very good. So, what carries on Halanak in the OpenTAR system? We have the Da Vinci A has returned. Halanak Station has 2 new guests. The Ascendant's still here with various other people coming and going, getting ready to leave for the next leg of the Ascendant's journey. Who wants to take up the fire of the next scene?
Sure.
I assume we're blasting off back to the colony.
If we have Darkon and Lightweaver on board, then we're jumping back. Hopefully, when we get there, that other Starfleet ship still exists and is not blown up.
A quick quantum slipstream jump back.
Yep.
Yep. The Da Vinci is here and then is gone. What button is the button? This one. Well, you can just quantum slipstream right on top of it.
So as we get back into orbit, I want to give a kind of atmosphere setting speech to Darkon and Lightweaver, right? What I think we can achieve, what the Parliament hopes we can achieve, what the benefits for them could be, and then I'm gonna try to get them to get together everyone they feel is a key stakeholder from their respective colonies, and then we can try to open negotiations.
Right.
But if yeah, I wanna start by kind of setting the stage with them, because if one of them is stomps out and says, I'm gonna go get our guns and you're gonna wish you hadn't done this, then I'll know that we made a huge mistake and won't accidentally make any more.
I mean, remember that the in theory is the gun. Technically.
Oh yeah, because they basically have self phasers.
Yeah.
Yeah, their unarmed attacks are
Energy
laser
attacks.
beams.
It's a whole planet of dazzlers.
It's the spicy handshake.
Well, they're still like 100 years behind us on force field technology, so I'll break out the stop walls if I have to. Also, primitive person phaser is not as good as real phaser, I think.
So you have an extended task here of getting these two to come to some similar concord in the line that you're hoping for, and getting them to, if not at least agree with each other, at the very least agree to cooperate, and rather than compete. So you're looking at work 20, magnitude 4, resistance 3, difficulty 3. You only have 5 attempts because after a while they're going to get sick of talking about it, and they're just going to want you to just get back to the mission that you had in the beginning. They just want you to just like, no, we had a solution. One of us was going to be chosen. Just pick one already, sort of thing. But if you're able to talk them around, then they might actually help you look into the artifact rather than bicker. Because right now they're at the bicker with each other stage. They're not at the stage of bickering with you. After 5 attempts, they're going to start bickering with you, and you're better off not talking to them anymore.
So this is to achieve a permanent political settlement, or this is less than that?
This is getting them to help to at least start this first stage of actually, in good faith, researching the artifact. Because if the artifact is dangerous to the planet, they might need to leave. Like, if this thing is just going to kill everyone there the minute they press a button or in 2 days, then they don't want to be here. But if it is something useful, then, okay, now we can talk about what that means for us. Really, what that artifact does kind of decides what they're going to do with the planet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot better to get them to agree in this manner rather than you having to, like, for the goal you have, it's better for them to be part of the research than to be waiting for you to make your arbitration. Oh, roll 20, you want to work with me here? 1 second. It's just kind of locked up on my side.
So Lightweaver is in theory, and Darkon is Upentari?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to... Let me double check the text of this.
There we go.
Is it possible to, well, I want to use the talent adaptive holographic matrix, give you 1 momentum, and become and gain the trait Upentari in theory hybrid.
Are you trying to terrify them?
Yeah, like they're so different that you would be half slime monster, half man. You would look like a Cronenberg monster.
I'm thinking of a slime that emits light, though.
Well, they do.
Oh.
They kind of do. It's just not to the degree. Like, in theory, you're completely energy-based creatures, whereas the Opatari are very physical, like slime creatures. They both communicate in light in a way. It's kind of why they didn't have a hard time talking to each other on first contact, because they were similar in that line. But there wouldn't be it's not like Klingon, it's not like Vulcan Romulan or Vulcan human. These two are very alien to each other. They just happen to have philosophical similarities as species of scientific exploration.
I totally just meant a slime that can project light, not...
Okay. Because I had the fly moment. I was like, are you trying to scare them?
No, then
listen to me or I'll eat your souls.
Tirana, I'll spend that momentum and appear as in theory.
It'll be a threat because you have no momentum at the table.
Sure.
Darn. Here I was going to roll fitness medicine for the both of them so they don't pass out from shock.
And then
do you wish to still have some of the badges of your office that you're a Starfleet captain and stuff like that? There are decorations that can be worn on an Upentari's form to indicate who they are.
In theory.
Oh, in theory, sorry.
because Serana's an Upentari, so we have both if I take a in theory form.
We've made it equal.
Okay. What's your primary color? Because it's usually a primary color in theory tend to appear as.
If it doesn't violate any taboo that I'm aware of, it would be red, because that's my Starfleet color.
Yeah, some shade of red. That's fine.
With a very intense underlying yellow hue, because it never goes away. Can I use determination on always doing firsts to create the advantage, balanced negotiating team, so that we have an advantage we can use on this task?
You could do that, yeah.
Okay. And then just to get it so I don't have to worry about this later. Are the things we're doing in this episode relevant to the Secrets of Ascension episode? Because of the thing on the ground, the Aquarius thing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I'm about to spend that determination some part in the next task, so I figured I might as well go ahead and
Get it approved.
get it approved. Then I will. What is the attribute discipline?
Presence. I'm gonna say the first one is presence command. It'll change with each attempt as you're trying to argue different parts of the project.
Okay, and I feel like this is a pretty daunting task, so I would like to bring in a couple supporting characters, get some other people in here to help.
At least 3 others, maybe.
I don't know if we have 3 other people who I would allow in this room. I need a cham.
Okay.
Anyone wants to be a cham? Well,
Sure,
I mean,
I'll
you're
come
already here. It can't be you.
No, well, no, I know. I was just okaying who you were putting on the team. That's
Oh,
all.
okay. I guess you have
Damn.
an opinion.
Oh, you need a champion, huh?
I need a
No,
Lieutenant Commander Call.
Who's that?
He's our JAG officer.
Oh,
He has FIS
yeah.
law as a focus. He has a great presence command, so he's built for this.
I will recognize the justice of my position.
Oh no!
He's still in the DS9 era outfit. Freaking guy's been serving for a while.
He's a Lieutenant Commander.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't
One of the
really
holograms.
think this is an appropriate place for Click. CLEC doesn't actually have that good of scores. Yeah, I guess another hologram that wouldn't count against our limit.
we're
we have-
activating. We have an emergency legal diplomatic negotiation hologram.
We don't. I don't.
We have a command hologram.
Do we? I don't think we do.
Do we not? Oh, is that the one we're missing?
I think it's the one you don't have, yeah.
I mean, there's several we don't have.
Yeah, true.
Because last time we were talking about
Right. We don't have. We have security.
Yeah, we don't have any holo crew who are particularly good at this stuff.
Yeah.
There's a couple of miscellaneous people who might be on the ship for whatever reason. Jaka, who was supposed to work at the bar that never opened.
I'm not bringing in a random bar working. I don't know. There's too much of a stretch to like jump him in here.
Yeah.
And
I
Click,
think these two will be enough.
Yeah.
Click, I don't think Click fits here.
he has
at
a
all.
presence command of 7 and 1, so no.
No.
But he just clicks with people.
Nah.
Hey.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone else on the roster who is gonna not hurt us.
Mhm.
So now that you've gathered the stellar crew, what are we rolling?
Presence command.
Actually, hell, you know where I should be. I shouldn't be on this thing. I should use the room
Yeah.
that never gets used. Wee.
Man. New Kenneth has a token, by the way, right?
We do. I just keep forgetting to replace the one that's on the bridge because that's the one from when we last touched her. When I last touched her, I should say. Doesn't actually need the chair, but he'll.
No one needs a chair. It's just that they're more comfortable.
Man. Well, for a
I mean, it's
photonic
like-
being, it's like I don't sit. I do this.
I
I
guess
move
the
into the
truth is you
chair
don't
for
have-
comfort's sake, for everyone else's
You
sake, so they
have
don't freak out.
muscles that get tired, but still, you know.
I'm sure we can rig up some kind of like light reflecting dish so that it's like it takes less effort to be cohesive or something.
Yeah, something along that line.
I imagine that's what the Upentari equivalent of a chair is. It's just like a pan that you can like slime out in.
It's like that way I don't accidentally shimmy. I stay in one spot.
Okay, so we got a Klingon, a Boolean, a holographic in theory, an in theory, and 2 bowls of soup.
Bowl of red soup and a bowl of yellow soup.
Because this is a kind of big project with multiple people and lots to agree to, trait project manager.
Yeah. To what target? You have multiple advantages, so you'll want to assign those to resistance or difficulty.
So the first one, the balanced team will put towards resistance.
Okay.
And then we will put project manager towards magnitude. Not magnitude,
Difficulty.
And then a trait of calm under pressure because there is a time limit here.
True. To what?
Resistance. Well, no, because it costs 1 to get rid of 2 resistance.
Mm-hmm.
So no, because that doesn't really change my cost at the end of the day. So we'll put that on diff.
Good. And I'm going to up your complication range by 1. Is there some cultural thing that as you're talking with them, you don't catch it till after you've talked for a bit, and you eventually have a moment to ask, what are you chuckling about, sort of thing.
Okay.
There's something interesting about your appearance, but they don't bring it up right away.
All right. Focus in either cultural studies or impersonation. And being something other than myself.
Cultural studies.
Well, that's enough to get the assists rolling it, and I guess I should have to succeed at the task.
Okay, GM.
Yeah.
Focus in etiquette or law or politics.
Depends what flavor you want to come at this at. All three of those kind of work for different reasons.
So, my thought is, Haifa is approaching this as the main negotiator, so I think perhaps I will lean mostly on etiquette as the only one here who is actually a member of the FAS. I want to be polite and nice to them and build connections and be like, I'm everybody's friend at this table.
Sounds like an etiquette thing to me.
Right?
Like you're respecting them
Yeah.
as like you recognize that they're each leaders of their settlements, sort of thing.
I think we can all agree that good things are good and bad things are bad, and we all stand for good things and we all oppose bad things.
I like the bad things; they make us strong. No,
I will use my focus in smuggling.
That's a no to smuggling, by the way, in case you're wondering.
All right. Fine. I'll go with FIS law then.
Cultural flexibility.
Yeah.
No. something slams are flexible.
2 are generated. Roll me 5 challenge dice.
Yeah, this is where a little bit of a struggle comes in, and that Haifa only has a command of 3. I will spend 1 to cost resistance, and I will spend 1 for extra work.
You have been a captain for all of weeks. You should have at least a command of 4.
I could if I wanted to, but I don't, because I don't want to take the points from anywhere else.
Oh, really? You're saying you could be better at your job if you wanted to? You just choose to be bad at your job?
That's mental management syndrome right there. So it's a lot of the first stage of it is a lot of setting ground rules and introducing everyone and getting everyone acquainted. And setting the stage and the stakes and what your goals are. So a good chunk of the meeting is just that sort of stuff. Once things are down and there's like a lull for a second as one of you is making notes about, okay, we've agreed on who's what, everyone who's supposed to be here is here, 1 second, taking some minutes, so everyone's kind of waiting for that person to be done. That's when Lightweaver chimes in. Captain Haifa, I don't want to offend you. Would you mind if I gave you some, are you a shape-shifting or photonic life? I was understood that you are, you're photonic as well.
Yes.
Did you choose your color scheme, or did someone else do that? I don't think this is really the time, Lightweaver. Well, I'm trying to help. Oh, you did? Okay. I just want to point out to you, I've kind of gathered, that, you look like someone who's from the, you're a radiance, coloration, a city dweller. But you're speaking in a light form that indicates that you are far more subdued. So how do I translate this? You seem like someone who should be very subdued in light, but you're very bright in light. It's a little...
mixed messages.
A little, but it's okay. I understand. And I appreciate your consideration. And it just dawned on me that you chose coloration suitable to a captain unit. Starship Captain Lightweaver. Oh, it's all the same difference.
No, in fact, the coloration does generally line up with the considerations you've brought forward. I am a captain, which is the dominant hue, but my training originally and passion lie in engineering, which contradicts my main hue. So the effect is intentional. Although perhaps there is a better way to signal that particular conflict than conflict in general.
Well, at least you didn't appear in a spectral dialect. That would have been very confusing. And disorienting. Now. They are. One doesn't say such things, Draken. I say it. And you notice they're starting to get off track and starting to chip at each other, and you have to get them back on. You finally got the notes, and now you need to move on to the next topic before they start making fun of each other again. As they start bickering with each other.
Right.
Next step is presence plus con, as it's figuring out how to join the two. Actually, you can presence con. I'll let you choose your own adventure here, as it were. Presence con or presence science to help them help to find the commonalities, at least either as colonies in general or in their scientific pursuits, because there are. Even though they are very different philosophically, they are both still infospherians. So there is a commonality that they both kind of have. That's finding what specific commonality that they won't argue about that will actually help the talk move forward, rather than them bickering at each other about banalities and minor details, focusing on the core point.
I'll use science. It just occurred to me that I don't think you ever asked for new mission parameters from me, but we're on a new mission, so should I give those?
You can give those, yeah. Like I said, I saw old if I have any at all. Don't.
They all had to do with the Ascension. I don't even think they're pinned anymore.
Yeah,
They
no.
all were specific about the Ascension mission.
Ooh, we moved on to con now. Which call is actually better at?
Did the complication range increase stay?
It's still there, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, you did explain it to their satisfaction. It'll go away because it was a minor haha moment for them where it's like, that looks odd. Oh, we get what's going on. Okay. It was more confusing. It was more distracting for Lightweaver than it was for Draken. Draken didn't care.
Before I roll again, I would like to use the Legion of Honor to create 2 bonus momentum off the successful last task.
Anything you're gonna spend those toward? Because that's...
Yes. I'll lower the difficulty back down by 1.
Okay. Oh, that's what... So present science is the lead role so far.
What's the con option?
Yeah, it's either presence con or science. The con, they're both toward the same goal of trying to find commonalities as Infospherians. So either they have a cultural similarity or a scientific research similarity.
Oh, fair enough.
2 gained so far.
Yeah.
You are both made of light.
I'm made of slime. Thank you very much. Well, I mean, all things are made of light ultimately. Hey, wait a minute.
Share the same legal code.
I believe what my friend is trying to express is that we are all Infospherians here. We all want the same thing. We are all friends here. GM, I would like to activate, or I would like to use a cultural studies focus, because I would like to use my present science to highlight the ways in which their scientific goals are more aligned than they are different.
Certainly. It's 2 more. Good God. As much as Call's interjection was kind of threw Draken off for a second, it's like, I mean, you know, he gets the point. It's like, same legal code. You're trying to say we're the same. I get it. Okay.
Do those parameters work, GM?
No. Think of new ones, but put it in French.
Les no.
just no. It's fine. No.
Yeah, per Canadian bilingual laws, we actually have to do every episode again a second time in perfect French translation.
Forge Visual Corporation
The
among
Klingon
colonies.
bits.
I have no
Yeah.
interest in appeasing the Quebecois, so
But think
Fair.
of the Quebec audience just dying to watch my streams.
I too am from a place within a larger country that wishes it didn't have to be. I make do.
The Quebecers will be all right. Now, any of them that were watching the stream will never watch it again.
Give me your bloody 5 challenge dice. Take that. Guess I'm taking credit for that.
I'll use 1, 2. Reroll.
Okay. There you go.
Take that.
Oh, okay. 9th threat here. 5, 6. 6 so far.
I will use another one to quash the resistance.
So that's 6 straight. It's to 11 of 20. Second magnitude. Second attempt made. Difficulty can't go lower than 0, so it stays there. So yeah, there's a lot of, finding their commonalities, pointing out to the common legal structures, common goals, that sort of thing.
So right now I have 3 advantages sitting on diff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's come down by 2 from magnitude, so I could take one of the advantages off of diff and put it on like resistance, and it would still be a diff 0.
It would be, yeah.
Okay, then I'll do that. Unless, of course, you want to spend that thread again.
I'm going to be spending some of it here. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 work gets peeled away as various philosophical reinterpretations of law kind of get brought into it. And yes, they share the same code, but they have the better interpretation of that code sort of argument. I'm the smart one. That guy over there is the idiot. That sort of dialogue, I should say. And pull the difficulty up to 2.
Okay, I'll shift that back to diff because it does nothing on the resist. I mean, it does very little on the resistance.
So that back to 2.
That makes it diff 1. Because you raised it by 1, or you raised it by 2 and I lowered it by 1.
Yes. And the new check here. The next thing, you try to pull them away from that conversation because you kind of found the commonalities. You don't want them to linger there, so you're trying to move the conversation along. Next consideration is security. As how exactly... Because this is all ultimately for how we're going to look into the artifact. What assurances do they have that you'll be able to help them, help you, but also in a way that keeps them both individually safe. Because one thing that Seirana would know more than anyone else is that Seirana is used to dealing with aliens, so working with it and has been briefed and worked with Starfleet for a while. So Seirana has some idea of how Starfleet works. These two, this is the first time they've talked to Starfleet before, so they don't know what the Federation tech is like as much as Seirana does. So there's a lot of gaps in exactly how your security systems work, how does your safeties work. Are you just going to kill everything you see? And it's like, well, no, that's not how we work. We do it this way and that way. Yeah. Like, for example, Draken very much is a, yeah, if there's anything there, it should be destroyed. Lightweaver's more of a, well, we really should try to scan it before we destroy it, unlike that consumer of plants. It's like, hey, wait a minute. You know. Because in theory, it can run away from most anything. Oh no, it's a big beast. I fly up.
Flying up is a very effective tactic.
Until the things start flying after you. Then it's like, well, that's cheating. You're not allowed to fly. Lots of flying predators back on their home worlds. Because they're the only ones that can catch them. Then the laser beams happen, so.
Have you been clawing back work?
I did, yep.
Okay.
That's how I got clawed back down to 4.
All right. I'll buy 1 dice.
With momentum?
Yep.
2 generated so far.
Paul's argument will be that they talk of destroying it or scanning and destroying it when they know absolutely nothing about the artifact that they're dealing with that comes so far beyond current levels of technology that only a fool fights in a burning house, but only the king of the planet of fools makes plans to fight in a burning house with a blindfold on.
Drakan catches on very quickly. Lightweaver gets a little lost for a second, spends some time reading a pad to try to unpack what you just said.
Very Klingon argument. The Klingon courts would love it. Trust me.
It's, yeah,
What's a
legal
king
system,
for 1? What's a house for 2?
Yeah, a legal system which has a lot of very specific provisions for the use of the Batleth in the court.
Right.
Doesn't really translate to non-corporeal beings.
Cham just smiles wickedly. I mean, friendly.
Your Honor, I have already drawn my opponent as the Soy Jack and myself as the Chad Jack. I demand this case be voted in my favor.
I mean, you did the procedure wrong. It's just, that's the rule. Come on, it's a technicality.
I like the Upentari. They're crunchy on the outside, but gooey on the inside.
Please don't say that.
Like a candy-coated gummy.
Don't eat Upentari.
I mean, with Serana in her bowl, it might be difficult for Kyle to notice the difference between her and lunch.
And goth,
Yeah,
yes.
he's like eating like a very like greenish minty minty, I don't know, jello, and just accidentally like scoops
Right.
into her.
It's meat
Tastes like
jello.
yamak sauce. Tastes like yamak sauce.
Yamak
Jello would
sauce.
definitely
We
be
know
Yeah.
what house
Waiting
Ka
on-
belongs to now.
I'm sorry, you waiting on my roll?
Yes,
My bad.
it's okay. People were
I'm
plotting to eat you, so you know.
listen,
Yeah.
basically one, so it doesn't even matter. But hey, I got it.
Hey, you generate momentum. That helps. Give me 5 challenge dice, Captain. Although you're a commander, for some reason.
I'm not a commander.
Sure you are. You're in the roll 20. You are. Like on the
Yeah.
side. And then the thing at the bottom.
Uh,
Good golly. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 raw. Which -2 is still 5.
mm-hmm.
So 5 into 4 puts it to 9. Get to your next magnitude. And you could screw up this roll, so oh, I'll do it. So I'm gonna bring the difficulty back up to 1. And the last one is presence
I
menace.
don't think you can. I mean, you can spin to bring it up, but we're at 0, and I've got 2 advantages beyond 0 now. Because I've stacked it so much.
Oh, I
and
suppose,
we've
yeah.
completed so many megs. So if you were going to do something, you'd want to do work or resistance.
Yeah. I'm gonna hand wave this last one because really there's no way to fail this. Well, no.
Challenge
No.
me.
Challenge dice might screw you. Never mind. Presence medicine. Difficulty 0. And this is, well, what it sounds like, the medical side of it, you know. What provisions are they going to make? Lightweaver is very much a take it as it comes, adjust as you need. We bring as little as required to fully understand and appreciate what's around you. Drakan is very prepare. What equipment are you going? Are you bringing a logistical train with you? Is there going to be a shuttle overhead to assist? That sort of thing. So those two have very different, you know, either from your point of view, I imagine, either no preparation or so much preparation that it's silly. Like Drakan's going like full expedition, full gear, all this other stuff, and all these other ideas that you know as a Starfleet officer are not really required for a mission like this. It's like, yeah, some preparation's fine, but over preparation is not going to do anything. And a lot of it's about maintaining their unique physiologies and also their lack of understanding of how your physiologies work. Well, Lightweaver understands how you work, but doesn't understand how your Starfleet personnel would work if they're coming along for the ride.
Yeah, I assume their physiologies are pretty close.
Yeah, Lightweaver just doesn't need an emitter. They are the emitter.
Right. I want to spend determination towards forge peaceful cooperation among the colonists.
Yep. It's out of the gate, that's 2.
Federation has hundreds of years of experience dealing with a variety of cultures that bewilder the mind. Plus, their medical technology is literally magic. Oh,
He would say so because his medical experience is.
Bloodletting.
Well, I was going to say it's all from a drunken doctor.
Right. But I'm still alive.
If you pickle the liver, it can't
Despite the
die.
surgeon's best efforts, you are still alive.
When you drink the magical waters, all that means is that your mind is being taken over by the fairies of healing. It actually makes you a better doctor to be slightly tipsy.
Oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
It
The
worked,
drunker you are and still capable of operating, the better doctor you are.
It works for House of Gita.
It works every time it works.
Yeah. And when it doesn't, he didn't drink enough.
Well, he didn't make the patient drink enough.
Yeah. Sorry, I drank all your painkiller. Just grit your teeth. No. Yeah, waiting on you, say Rana.
Again, eat the slime already.
Oh, I do apologize. This time, I accidentally, while moving in my chair, kicked the power button on my PC, and I've only just got back into the Roll20.
Oh no.
It's
A
always
focus on
something.
Shackleton affairs, because I have at least some differential knowledge on the different medical arrangements of different medical species in the Shackleton,
Certainly.
All right.
Not everything can fly, Lightweaver. Well, if you get hungry, just absorb more light. No, again, we don't.
I'll spend 4 momentum. And a 5th one to lower the resistance.
And that activates the self-destruct sequence. No, I'm just kidding.
Hell yes.
Yeah, no. The after considerable.
Can I use that before that one float goes away? Can I use it to ask a question once you're done
Certainly.
explaining? Okay.
I'll leave that there in case I push it back at you. So yeah, there's a lot of. Ultimately, these two, even though they don't work on Halanak Station, they're as Infospherian as Seirana is, and there are certain things that all Infospherians, as a polity, as a culture, prize, and they do prize the idea. They really want to make sure that whatever this is, whatever this artifact is, it's one, studied properly. The information gets to all the people who need to know it, and they have a thorough plan in place that satisfies, even if they don't necessarily agree philosophically precisely what they're going to do with the thing, when they find it, if it is helpful, they can at least come to that common ground of, yes, but despite all that, until we figure out what it is, it doesn't matter yet. And if we can, and there's also that sort of continuing message you're pushing of, maybe if this goes well, that if they get through this, that's kind of the first step toward them working together like the rest of the Infosphere largely operates.
Do either of them have intentions or hopes upon finding Aquarius that would violate Starfleet ethics?
Not in particular, no.
Okay, I just want to make sure neither of them was trying to hide the fact that they were genocidal or something.
No, they're both out. You've learned quickly that these both are very outdoorsy type people. It's just that one is sandals and flowers, and one is backpack and hiking boots, and they both want to climb the really cool mountain. And they're very loud about how the other one's an idiot for the way they do things.
Well, I mean, from that description and climbing a mountain, one of those is objectively the wrong decision.
Oh, that's just your opinion, man.
Then I will.
Again, one of them can fly, though.
Just embrace nature, man. No, we know what embrace nature means to you, you jerk.
I will sign the agreement suggesting a joint mission to Parliament and have Serana, Lightweaver, and Darkhan affirm that, and then we can go do the mission.
Yeah, but can we make sure to get like the nice photograph of all of us standing there and smiling and holding the document together?
Oh yeah. I hand a pad to Cham. Here, Cham, you can take the picture.
Sure, bro.
He doesn't get to be in it. He's a
Yeah.
bullion.
Maybe it was intentional.
Paul has a
Yeah.
fork and is looking menacingly at Sariana.
In a room full of dignitaries and command level officers, the lieutenant's the one who gets to take the picture.
Yes.
Fair point.
Hopefully, Cham has a focus in photography
No.
or holograph.
It's very useful.
Close
skill.
quarters combat.
Everyone snarl and say blood of your enemies.
Yeah, that the former Klingon liaison there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you have a nice commemorative photo of Captain Haifa. The one in the center has to be annotated because you don't look like yourself.
I'll switch back for that.
Oh God, you're hideous. I mean, you look fine.
Smiley face.
She's of a normal level of attractiveness in all her forms.
Words
Use
can
the
hurt too.
platonic-
Well, I didn't know you felt this way, Serana.
It's like that is also vaguely insulting.
To say that she always looks
He is
normal.
adequately attractive.
Pass. Barely, but you pass.
Oh my god. I was trying to say she looked good no matter what while also being polite because she's my colleague.
Yeah, and we're taking everything you say in bad faith.
I've come to know this.
So yeah, now your joint research team is actually useful because now Lightweaver and Drakan have both been able to convince them that no, we're working on this together, and Starfleet will lead it and we'll help them deal with it. Like, oh, okay.
Does Starfleet regulations stipulate whether or not the captain is permitted to go on away missions when the first officer's been called away due to highly volatile diplomatic issues?
Well, that's what your second officer's for.
We're not.
Yeah, they can watch the ship.
Who's that?
The next highest ranked person on your boat, which would be Cham, because his thing is the wrong thing. It should be lieutenant commander and it's lieutenant.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I believe I rank him. I have been a lieutenant commander for far longer than the boat.
Man.
Yeah, but you're a JAG officer. You're not supposed to be a line officer.
I make my job.
All right,
Hmm.
then Cham, Kinet, maybe. Who do we have in science? And Mila. That brings us to 5. Yeah. We can send them down with Serana and this
Yay.
research team.
Research team. Other people. Mila.
And this is this class M?
Class. 1 second. Kenneth. The little thing anymore. I know they're a shirt. Update token. Yes, please.
That's O for oh no.
Planets aren't supposed to have 2-letter designations. This one does. Anyone else?
Oh
on the
no,
way-
it's just O as in the letter.
So who's the
Cham.
whole away team? Sorry.
The only person you're missing is Cham.
Well, I don't count.
Oh
Cham.
no, me? Oh, shit. Hi. I get told to take the photo, now I get told to join you guys.
You get told to lead them guys.
Oh boy.
Wait, what? I outrank him.
Not in terms of Starfleet. Cham is in command of the Starfleet mission, but you can lead the effort.
Okay.
But Mila and Kinet answer to Cham, and then Cham might answer to you, but you know.
And the research team will answer to Sirana because, like, you're the ranking FAS officer, and you're the FIDF person. It's like, yeah, we're gonna trust her. We know things. Yeah, sure you do.
I cannot approve of this compromise, but I do accept it.
If you just have
Compromise
Cham have an
that has
axe,
you in charge of
As the only
everyone?
person who has a good-sized gunboat, that would be wise.
Cam is also an experienced liaison officer.
There's
and you're
that
like,
lust for power we've been missing.
him.
I'm just saying, Sirana, if he falls off a cliff, no one will notice.
Except the difficulty is getting him to fall off a cliff. He was a Klingon liaison.
Yeah.
Just eat him.
They
It's fine.
tried.
I mean, I've seen Klingons willingly jump over pits of lava, so I mean, maybe Cham is good at falling off of cliffs.
Yeah, we've seen your
Yeah,
eternal
yeah,
fucking
just tell
pit
him
with
he's
a
falling
single
down
gantry
or
over it.
something that will get him killed.
That's
Yeah.
just the hallway.
Yeah,
Settle
yeah.
down.
You're a single gantry over just a pit into the depth of nothing for some
It's not
reason.
just one. There are like 15 of those back to back.
Right. Yeah. That's just this is a corridor of the ship, man. That's just how it is.
What am I looking for? Right, the planet's.
Look, it's really good for repelling borders because you can just throw them off the sides.
Yeah. It was
You're
never
really-
It never became a Pavlovian response when that map showed up or anything. Ah! Not the gantry.
It's just it showed up all the time, and the most obvious thing was someone's gonna fall over.
Right. Yeah. Somebody's gonna be flung off the damn thing.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. This is a Class M planet.
Okay.
I will note there are some hunter-gatherer native species here, but Prime Directive isn't an issue because they've already encountered the FIS, and the FIS are kind of working around them. And the people in question, the aliens in question, aren't near the site, so that's just. But the various colonies will keep an eye on them for you to make sure no one meanders in the same direction that you guys are for some weird reason, but they highly doubt it just because where these people live, there's only hundreds of millions of them on the planet, on the entire planet. So no, they're not. They're not going to be coming into your area by any means, and they don't have the tech to go that deep into a planet anyway. That's something you learn from Astralis and Drakan. Just like, yeah, there's aliens here, but yeah, don't worry about it. But you know, because they talk to them, if they happen to see something, it's not a big deal because they've already encountered aliens. Just minimize your impact on them.
I would suggest an engineering kit for Kinet, and not sure, since it's not a hostile environment, I don't know what other gear we might need.
If we listen to the Klingon seasoning.
Sweet Upantar meat.
Yeah, I can't think of anything. So, transporter enhancers in case something goes wrong.
Why not?
Sure.
Mila's got sturdy feet; she can carry him.
Got
Uh-huh.
rollerblades in her feet.
Those don't seem very useful for going up a mountain.
That's why she can.
I mean, if it's like smooth marble.
I was gonna say it sounds like it could be very useful for going down a mountain.
That's why
I
her.
said going up a mountain.
That's why her feet have miniaturized replicator units, so you can change from that to crampons.
Crampons?
Yeah, whatever. Spikes.
Alright. Engineering kit won't
Pythons.
cost anything because it's some she's ops, so she can
Ice
get one.
skates.
The transporter thing will eat an opportunity. Any other gear?
I presume probably a science tricorder for Milo, but that's also fairly standard.
Yep, she'll have that as standard issue.
I think we're ready then.
How do you disembark from the Da Vinci to the artifact?
Transporter.
Where are you transporting?
Near the site, like right next to it, on the surface.
Yeah, because it is underground, so you're transporting like not necessarily right on top of where it is, but like near its where the energy signature out like on ground, but like outside of the area where the energy signature is. Is my guess.
That's not good.
Yeah, because then they can locate it, and if there's no cave access down, then they can just use the enhancers as a waypoint for us to beam them down further.
You're on a pad. You're not going to a pad. Nothing about the atmosphere that makes it hard. You're not beaming into the energy field, so that doesn't affect anything.
And we've used the maximum amount of crew support, so guess who's beaming you down?
Oh no.
Control engineering difficulty 3 assisted by sensors engineering.
You don't get to say no because I'm the captain.
My
Sayrana
will is on my pad.
Sayrana doesn't know, like, she wasn't involved in whatever gave you this terrible reputation with transporters, and Kenneth really wants a promotion, so I think they're both perfectly fine with this. I don't know about
Only
the
Kovic was there,
other. Okay.
and he
Yeah.
lies about the situation anyways.
You
Uh-huh.
would say that, hologram. We got synth taking all our non-synth jobs.
It's not what a synth is.
Synthetic.
can't- Oh my god.
He is synthetic.
No, but
No, it
he's not
is
a
synthetic.
robot.
It is. Synthetic doesn't limit you to robot.
Well, its usage in Picard seemingly implied it did.
Look, my bigotry
That
it reached
Picard
out
is
to
the first
everybody.
mistake.
Yeah, I was gonna say. There's a lot of things we could say about Picard that's not.
I'll spend 3 momentum.
Goodbye.
Gain 1. So far, anyway.
Could be 2 because of advanced sensors on the.
Oh
thing.
yeah, advanced sensors. I was just looking at that.
So another one. Okay. Plus ship.
The Da Vinci tried to crit fail you, but
You all beam down to the planet. And find yourself in the open rolling hills of the planet. It is middle of the night. The star is shining not at all because it's night. There's no moon over this planet, so there's no moon in the sky, so it's actually pretty dark right now. But everyone, I won't charge for this. Everyone takes out little torches. And actually, one in a large extent, you really don't. That starts to happen, and then in theory, just increase the light they give off, and so everyone has a light source.
We put them in the lanterns and hold them up. All right. Well, it's wherever you want to go, Captain.
I'll look around. Is there any Mila, use your tricorder. Are we detecting any energy signatures nearby of note?
I'll take a look.
Reason science difficulty 2. Double check my notes. Anything here to eat you? I mean, sorry, thinking out loud. My mistake.
Yeah. Always the first mistake. One threat for bold. I don't think any of the ologies are going to work as a focus here. Oh. There we go.
The initial readings you get do indicate that within easy walking distance, you can detect energy signatures that are similar to what the Aquarius artifact gives off. You are able to confirm that yes, indeed, you are in an M-class atmosphere, so no one's in any danger of gasping for air or anything strange like that. Sensor sweep also indicates that there isn't any particular life forms nearby. Like nothing, I mean, it's not a medical role, but you can tell there's no animals or people nearby.
So we have no obvious direction of where to investigate from that.
You know it's ahead of you. So,
Okay, we do. Okay, in that case, we're going that way, and she will point in that direction and start trundling off.
Any questions the science officer wishes to ask using momentum or threat? On the back of that roll.
What was the base information off the roll again?
That there is an energy signature similar to the Aquarius type artifact. Similar energy. It's not exact 1-to-1. Whether that's normal or not, you don't know. You've only seen one. There's only 2 artifacts that's ever been encountered before, and one of them was part of the Aquarius. Was in it, rather. M-class planet. No dangerous animals or creatures nearby.
All right. Let's see. Does the energy signature seem stable?
That's worth asking. And that's worth a point, and you would know. It's fluctuating.
All right.
Rather, and it's a big waveform too. It's like it gets really strong, really weak, really strong, really weak. But because of how big it is, it's very detectable on a personal level. Like this, even at its smallest level, a handheld tricorder can easily catch it because you're so close to it.
Yeah. Do those fluctuations line up with the text from the Aquarius Gate, or is this unique?
Say again, sorry.
Do the fluctuations line up with readings from the previous Aquarius tech?
No, those were very stable.
Great.
If it did change, it changed in the same way that any other controlled energy source was.
Then that's a thing that I'm going to relate to the teams. The overall energy signature is similar to previously scanned Aquarius tech. However, this one is fluctuating rather extremely. This might be a sign of some instability, perhaps malfunction. We should be on guard for potential dangers related to instabilities in the energy field.
Very good discovery, Mila. When we get there, we will see if we can stabilize it. But yes, she's heading off in the direction of the energy field.
Alright.
Okay. I have to look at that. That's new.
That's a good laugh.
What's with the malicious chuckles today?
We're deader than a doorknob.
Took some notes from Chuckles the goddamn clown. Like,
Hey, I used to chuckle evilly before. I've just gotten nicer. I'd less reason to pick on people. I need a reason medicine roll difficulty of 2. Let's call it 3. We can get the threat to move. What the? Uh-oh. Catch up with me, computer. No. Computer's fighting me. He doesn't want me to pick on you, apparently.
Yay, computer! Yay, computer!
There we go. This. Reason plus medicine difficulty of 3 to detect something before it's too late. That's plus, not equal.
Reason has. Okay.
boom.
Yeah, Mila only has medicine of 2, so...
Whoa, is it Mila who's rolling this, or is it any of us?
Any of you can do it. Someone leads and everyone else can follow.
Ham
All
has
right,
a 2.
I have a pretty good reason medicine, so I got this.
Ham
A
has
focus
an 8.
in. A focus in investigative technique or research.
I wouldn't take either in this case, 'cause this is sort of an incidental. You hear a beep coming from your scanning device, and you quickly flip it open.
Okay. How about we give you 2 threat, and I take a focus in observation.
Yeah.
Okay. GM.
Y'all.
I am activating my FIS Distinguished Service Medal, my Star Cross.
Okay.
And I'm doubling my focus range.
Very good.
So now I will spend 1 momentum and roll 3 dice. Okay, that did nothing, but okay, we still have not succeeded. Okay,
Someone could assist you and save and pull this out of the fire.
Champ, let's see. Raising medicine to go roll below a 10. Let's go. Coordination.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah.
As you might notice, Sayrana's pulls out her scanner, starts scanning real quick. Like, what are you looking at? Mine's beeping too. I should probably check what that is.
No.
That's a lot of squiggles on your tricorder. What does that mean?
I'll also try to lend a hand with Mila.
I am not reasonable nor medical, but I tried.
Yep, my tricorder's beeping alright.
Do any of Mila's focuses help with detecting this danger? Got geology, meteorology, oceanography, and genetics.
Maybe. Hold on.
Okay.
Maybe.
yeah, is it the ocean, or we have to get hit by ocean waves, and your oceanography skill will come in handy?
Radiation.
I feel like genetics is the most likely. But if it's meteorology, turns out that there's a rock coming down to crash on our heads, and Da Vinci hasn't warned us. That would be really funny.
It's actually that we're about to walk onto a salt flat, which the ground beneath it has entirely eroded, so it's just a thin layer
So
of
it's
salt.
just geology.
Yeah.
Salt's a rock.
Okay, I have to look at your things again.
It is.
Read those
It's
off to
more
me
the-
again.
The phenomenon.
Geology, meteorology, oceanography, and genetics.
Meteorology.
Oh, it is a rock. He's literally rocks falling when you die.
No. Meteorology, it's weather.
Oh, right. Wrong meter.
Yeah,
The wind blows a rock that's rolling down towards us. There we go.
exactly. That's the convergence of the meteorology and the geology.
Yeah,
All right.
we did that.
I'm pretty sure you're all gonna stop. Explain to you why. As you start approaching, your scanners start bleeping at you, and it's not immediately obvious what it is you're looking at because it's not a thing you would normally see. Sayrana gives some input. Cham just completely doesn't understand what he's looking at. Yes, it's beeping, he knows, but what does that mean? And then Mila kind of is able to fill in that last little gap. You're about to walk into that energy field. As you get a lot closer to it, you recognize that it is a type of geodesic radiation. It is a type of radiation that has the potential to liquefy organic material. It is a specific thing that happens when you kind of fold space in on itself, and it creates this, and there's a sort of after effect that happens that creates this radioactive field. The only people that's really run into it that often, that's notable, is like Voyager. Voyager's the only one that's really ran into something like this.
This phenomenon?
Yeah, that energy field, as you get a lot closer to it, it isn't until you're right on top of it that you catch what it is. And the other part of it is that normally if there's something like that, the Da Vinci should have detected it from where it was. But it's almost like it's a very concentrated beam or pillar of energy that until you specifically sat in its path or get like literally within a few meters of it, that you're like, your scanner finally picked up finally understood what it was looking at. Because from the Da Vinci, it just looked like anomalous energy reading. The distance was just too far. But this close to it, it's obvious.
Okay, everyone stop. Everyone back up. The radiation we're detecting, it has very adverse effects on your health. GM.
Yeah.
Can I do a scan? Are we already in danger?
I won't charge you for that. You because you made the check, you caught yourselves before you just walked into it.
Okay.
Like your things were leering at you because the tricorder understood what it saw. The tricorder just wasn't communicating what it was seeing. Like
So,
it was like radiation alarm. It's like what kind of radiation? Like, oh, that kind of radiation. Oh god. Yeah. Go for it, sorry.
What kind of precaution is necessary for this? A hazmat suit, an EVA suit?
Shuttlecraft.
Sacrifice on an altar?
For I would say momentum, but for a threat I can answer.
Go ahead.
Normally a starship's or even a starship's shields would do it if modulated properly. On a smaller scale, you would need I'm making harder on myself than I need to. Personal shields. If you set a personal shield to defend against that, it won't defend you against like other attacks because it's only keeping keeping radiation away from you. Hazmat suit won't really work based on how the radiation interacts with you. But if you put an actual bubble around you, then the bubble of energy will kind of create it'll glide past you.
Okay. I'm gonna tap my communicator and say Sayrana to Da Vinci.
Da Vinci here.
We've encountered a rather deadly kind of radiation. We need personal shields modulated to protect us from it. One for every member of the team.
Is that a cost, GM, or what do I need to do?
I'm not gonna make you beam it. It'll just cost. Personal shield, I think, is 1 and 2. Checks on that are overcharging you. It's escalation once, opportunity each other time. Did I already have that book open in front of me? And I'm just opening a second one for no good reason. I am. Yep. Technology, weapons, gear, other items. Personal field 1 and 2. I was right the first time. So that's 2 escalation because you don't pay that multiple times. We do play opportunity multiple times. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 opportunity. So currently a total of 6 threat. To get the away team personal shields. And I'm not charging for the research team because if the main people have the equipment, it's presumed if they all have the equipment, then your followers are assumed to have the same.
Then let's do it.
You all started attaching energy shields, and the various, in theory, once they realize what you're doing, they change how they emit the kind of light they emit to help with it, and then they add they can use the personal shield as a shield, but they also can, like, as a regular shield on top of their existing protection. So they kind of have a fail-safe in the event that the shield breaks. They can still be okay for a while, but they need to leave. Because the longer they stay in it, the harder. Because they have to concentrate they have to focus and concentrate on not being cooked. Although they're not organic, so it's not really an issue for them, but it can hurt them in a different way. It can really mess with their how they emit light. As for the Opatari and the research team, they do the same thing. They just follow Seirana's lead, and they tune their shields to follow her. So you all have shields. Tag.
We plow on.
Shield. Shield, hello. Shield for them too. There we go. So a bit of time passes as you have to, you all stand around and fiddle with your shields to get them working and test to make sure they're actually doing what they're supposed to do. Yep, you have them set up.
Yep, and once they're set up, we are going on.
Your tricorders beep at you again as you start approaching and entering it. And you notice the minute you start crossing through the threshold, the invisible threshold, as it were, the energy bubble around you just lights up as it's interacting with the energy. It's almost like a hive of energy bees are flittering all around you as it's keeping the radiation from cooking you. Well, liquefying you, but you know.
Keep going.
It's like the colors of the universe, man. Not really the time, please. But, oh yeah, I probably should leave this on. I want to be able to talk about this later. Right. So what are we doing? Go on.
We were tasked to find the center of this. We will find the our goal here is to stabilize this and hopefully end this radiation outburst so that it can be researched further.
So we're looking for a way down. If there is a down.
Do we believe that is where the source is?
Well, it's not up. They gesture up into the sky, into the open sky.
Then down we go.
Maybe it's hidden, and it's like in the hills somewhere. Yeah, an invisible building. Sure. No, I heard about it. It's something cloaking technology or something. You're just making things up now. No, I'm serious. Reason con, difficulty 3, to find where the signature's... How to get closer to the signature, or at least figuring out where in this area it is.
I have a con of 1. Does anyone have a higher con?
Yes. I've got a con of 2.
Anyone else have a con?
It's so high.
You said higher.
Let me see what I've got. Also 2.
Uh-huh.
What does Kenneth have? I mean, my reason con is still decent because of the reason, yeah. So, like, I guess maybe I'm doing this.
I know that's a 13, but I don't think she has a focus.
Okay. That's the same score as Mila, though. I don't think Mila has a...
You have geology, and is that close enough?
Is it?
Probably not. Now that I say it
Geology?
out loud.
Complication increase. It's related, but it's not exactly what I'm looking for.
I always take a comp increase.
Then, Mila, you are our official navigator.
Wonderful. Right. Xenite and Assault does not trigger because it's not engineering or science. Give you 3 threat.
So like,
roll
chat can
4.
help, probably. But
Oh, probably. Yeah. Help.
nope. It's in fact 1 higher than the last time he rolled. He's slowly creeping up to 20.
Iterative complication.
I believe the comp stands. You do succeed, but...
Yeah, comp stands.
Sure, why not? What's the worst that could happen?
As you're walking around, Emila's giving directions, and it's like, no, it's this kind of rock, not that kind of rock. We should go this way. Okay, you're narrowing down what is most likely to lead to a cave that leads down, sort of thing, and what rocks make sense for that. Even though this is an alien planet, geology's geology, so on and on and on. Mila gets pretty absorbed in this because it takes a lot of concentration to do what she's doing. And also using it in an abnormal way, like she's using her geology skills to navigate, which, it's related, but it's odd. It's an odd way to use it. But the rest of you notice something that she doesn't notice right away. Her shield's starting to fail. Something needs to be done, or she's going to she's going to be having a bad day.
Right,
I think we should go this way. Just follow me, everyone.
Mila, stop. Can it? Your kit.
Sir, yes, sure.
Well, what's the matter?
Kit's
Just
broken.
stay quite still and look this way, please.
Look,
Yes, sir.
nothing bad will happen to you. You just have to let me. And Kenneth grabs some engineering tools and starts walking threatening towards you.
You want to throw that?
Concerned.
You want to throw that control off to Haifa since you have a person down here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I'm sorry. When COVID left, I thought we were only 3 people. I forgot you were here, Haifa. Yeah, sorry. Okay.
I thought about it originally. Like, I planned to play Serana. No, Serana. I planned to play Kinet, and then I got lost invading Poland. And
Is that a Texan euphemism or something, or?
I'm sure it's a German one, but no, it's a. No, we invade Mexico.
Okay.
Okay. Anyways, Ken, it's all yours. I'm sorry I forgot you were here.
What am I supposed to be doing?
You are fixing a Haifa's shield, which is Mila's shield, which is
Mila's shield.
All right. This task.
Control engineering difficulty 3 to save Mila from being liquefied.
Well, good news. I'm certified in that. For determination.
Oh. That'll be funny, sure. You're certified in shield repair? Yes, aren't you? No, Ensign, I'm not. Operations teams.
That's just part of regular training, isn't it? Yeah, but I'm certified in it too.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's with a determination spend.
Oh, yes, okay.
Also, the value is the same as control.
Being pinged, why?
Pure unadulterated hate?
Why would you ping me twice? Why would you ping me twice? Anyway, sorry, I'm okay.
I'm gonna stick with pure unadulterated hate there.
I hope not, sad face. Kenneth is able to repair the shield unit while it's still active. Because that's the part that makes it harder, is that you're tuning it while it's still on, which is a bit of a pain. But eventually you're able to get it to stabilize again. And poof, goes back to angry bees mode, as it were. As opposed to flickering bees that are about to leave you alone. Which you don't want them to leave you alone. The angry bees are your friend.
Yeah. Always.
With that problem resolved, we continue onwards.
You do in fact find a cavern entrance that you're able to navigate into. Like a natural one. That was probably already here on the planet. That should get you down-ish, at least. It may not get you directly to where you're going, but it's a lot better than where you are now. So down and down you go. A new scene starts, but don't worry about it. I don't have any momentum to lose anyway. Who's leading the spelunking expedition as such? Because it's going to be fitness plus con. Difficulty of 3. Safely descend deeper and deeper into the cavern.
I don't suppose we have any gear to help us descend into a cavern.
Yeah, no.
On our like expedition for going into a cavern.
Well, no. The plan was like, if you can find the source, set up the transport enhancers, and we'll beam you down in.
Is that the
Thing you can do with transport?
That was the plan.
enhancers?
That's what. Yes, that's what.
That was not okay. Either I zoned out or that was not expressed to me. I did not realize that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Because we didn't know there was a cave, so what would have been the point of sending down caving gear?
I mean, the interpretation I've got of the transport enhancers was if we're in trouble, beam them out because it was
Yeah.
the statement was, "Oh, if you need them."
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's what
mentioned,
was
but
said.
I mean, it may have been misunderstood. But no, what I had suggested for the transport enhancers was that because we didn't know if there was going to be any cave entrance, so equipment would have been a wild guess. So like, get close to the source and try to scan for some kind of antechamber, and then we can beam you through the ground and get a bonus from having the enhancers near at your location.
Mila, scan for the antechamber.
Yes, sir.
I mean, now
Captain.
we're just closer to it, so there you go.
Science difficulty 2, because you're right, you are closer. It's a lot easier when you have an energy shield. You're basically right on top of the source.
But you know, that
Uh,
radiation's a lot less of a problem now, I guess.
I'm sure.
Focus in geology for scanning through the rock and cave.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
I
Sounds safe.
swear I'd never thought an Ardanian would ever be this useful. And she exists totally on the whim of Corbinian, making a random ops officer.
No. This one's one of them. Mila.
Yeah, I didn't even make. I just
Oh,
made
okay,
Kenneth
sorry.
the name. Kenneth the character was filled in through Serana. I didn't have any
Well-
stats for her or nothing. She's like, she has a name. She's an ops, I guess.
Yeah.
I just needed someone to yell at PCs.
Is Mila Ardanian?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mila's her name.
I thought Kenneth was Ardanian. No, it's Mila?
No, that's human.
I was asked
Okay.
to play Kenneth at some point, and I don't even think I was here for her introduction. And her name is Chelsea, so I was like, okay, well, she's probably human then, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know.
I mean, hey, the Federation is a multicultural society. I'm pretty sure there's some humans named Spock now.
I mean, yeah, that might.
I mean,
be
there are
true, but
now,
also, you know, the name is Chelsea. You know.
British people.
Are you saying there isn't an Andorian out there who is named Chelsea?
No, that's Chelsea. There's the.
Oh, you're right. It's been kind of localized.
Brill, Bisons.
All right. Anyway, I would like to get a free additional D20 from Zenite in the Soul, because science is in relation to geology.
It's a 3d20. Oh, you get one free die. Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
I know I have 5d20 because of this trait. That's way more powerful than I thought. Like, no.
Look, it's very narrow. It only applies to geology. But unless you roll 5 dice for free, you just have to engineer your game. And then I'll do 2 threat for a 4th die.
Yep.
She's really loving these complications today. If anyone wants to assist, we might be able to watch that. If not, we can't.
Science.
Science.
Kenneth, you're an
Serana?
engineer. Assist her with engineering.
Or that.
Here, and I'll walk you through the map. because
Oh,
it's-
sorry.
Yep, that's you, buddy.
Oh, we're doing great here, folks.
Analysis too, because why not?
Kovic leaves, you all start falling apart.
Focus in geology.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. There you go.
This geology team is something else. Alright, we'll spend 2 of those to quash the comp.
Good. You find a some sort of chamber that is obviously some sort of synthetic chamber. It's not a it's not cave, it's something else. It's whatever this facility is.
Yeah, just kind of, kind of, that looks like it's it, right? That's definitely it.
Because you notice the shape looks way too well, artificial. It looks like a mathematical shape rather than a. Well, you guys get what I mean. I was digging a weird hole there. I'll get out of it.
Yeah, that's what we detected, a weird hole. I didn't know you personally dug it out, but you know. All right. So I guess we start setting up the pattern enhancers then, and call up to the Da Vinci. Lieutenant Commander?
Yes.
Cham stares at you and smiles.
Uh-huh. Lieutenant
This
Commander, I
is
think we
Lieutenant-
found...
Yes, sorry. Lieutenant Commander Cham to Da Vinci.
Da Vinci here.
We're in the process of setting up the transport enhancers now. We have a location for the believed site. We'll send that to you now. And let you know in, let's say, about a minute, Ensign, till you can have those enhancers set up. Ensign.
That's Scanner?
Isn't
Oh,
Mila
Ensign
the one
Controls,
walking
no.
around with the enhancers?
I forget who was.
But I
walking
guess
around with the
Kinet would be the one to
enhancers.
set him up because she's the engineer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kinet will say working on it.
So I was like, oh, it's.
Yeah, you're asking me to give you the ETA
The-
to give to me.
I was also like, yeah, that's Sarana, and then I was like, wait, no, it's not.
We're looking at a control engineering task, difficulty 4, assisted by sensors engineering. This is counting the fact you're using enhancers to do this site-to-site transport. And I'll note, actually, before you do the beam and start spending resources, you won't be taking the away team won't be taking
Yes, will probably be difficulty 6 to get us out of there or something.
well. See, transport enhancers are like 3 sticks that you set up in a triangle as 3 points in a
Yeah.
triangle. So when you beam, it's a pad now. So the pad doesn't come with you. So
Yeah,
you would
no,
leave-
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, beating us out of there is going to be very hard.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Don't worry.
But it would only be a difficulty 4 to get you more enhancers.
like beam it through the enhancers to give you more enhancers. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, no, that's a thing you can do. Yeah.
That's really funny. I like it. Remember, the enhancers have 3 charges.
Sensors, take the advanced sensors, take this down to
3.
All right, and I'll spend 1.
Spend 1 momentum, I presume.
Yep.
Oh, was it?
All right.
Did that account for sensors from the ship lowering by 1
Mm-hmm.
already?
Because it would have been 5. The enhancer brings it down to 4. The ship brought it down to 3.
Gotcha. Well, I look forward to disintegrating in transit thanks to our wonderful captain.
No,
What did I just come back to? I had a phone call and I hear disintegration when I put the headset back on.
anything
Yeah.
relevant to this episode in Harmony Day Part 2? And this is a Part 2.
No.
Transportation. Actually.
Harmony Part 2 did have a bunch of people transporting all over the place.
Did you do any of the beaming there, Haifa?
I did beam away teams over to the Klingon vessel.
Yep.
I'll take it. Yeah. part 2. It's a part 2. Get real.
I have this. I have this milestone tagged as part 2. Gee.
I just want to say no principle now. I'm so annoyed.
That's hilarious. Though.
There you go.
Oh, Captain, my Captain, please don't let us disappear into transporter static.
Also, I don't think you getting home is an important thing because the only other time we've dealt with a thing like this, it just took everybody else back to Halanak Station. So, like, just do that again.
Right, of course. Sorry, what am I thinking?
I'm pretty sure the thing's freaking broken, so, we gotta fix it first.
Yeah.
We don't even know what it is. How would we know if it's broken?
Right, because it's
Like,
emitting
get there
dangerous
first?
radiation that's not supposed to.
How do you know it's not supposed to? It's a different device potentially.
Okay.
This is a planet irradiator.
Thing, smartass.
That's not being a smartass. That's using the information we have available.
I mean, we do know that it's unstable. It might be a bomb, in which case being unstable is the point.
I sincerely
But-
hope that we are not transporting it into a bomb.
I hope so too. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
Oh, damn.
As you beam and find yourself encased in a haze of something. Oh, you shouldn't be breathing that.
Is it like something you'd find in a bomb, maybe? Focused in meteorology?
Remember the other one had an adaptable environment to us, but we had to actually adapt it first?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, why don't y'all just think I can breathe?
If it makes you feel
Well,
better,
I
in
can't.
theory, you're fine.
Yeah, they might have to do CPR on us. Oh, wait, they can't.
Well, they can give you electric jolts.
That's not gonna help. That's for a different thing. That's just gonna make our heart stop.
Well, it's progressive maintenance, right? Turn it off, turn it on again. Power cycling, that's what it's called.
That only works on Haifa.
Yeah.
And she doesn't like it.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried doing percussive maintenance on Haifa? Maybe she does like it.
So, fitness, medicine, difficulty 5 for each of the OA team members.
I meant the turning off and on again thing, but sure.
How was that? How would that be any
Fitness,
not
medicine,
worse?
difficulty 5.
All right, I'll go first. I'll go first and hopefully make some momentum. I say hopefully. Okay. I already did that. Okay. I have a
Dying
plan.
over here.
I have a plan. GM.
Yeah.
3 threat. I would like to spend for walking encyclopedia for survival techniques.
Didn't you already activated this mission?
Oh, you can only do that once. You sure can. Okay. GM, could I argue for amorphous form giving an advantage here because my gooey body is more flexible and somehow that might translate to better radiation resistance?
Well, it's not even radiation. It's breathing. It's gas.
Oh. Yeah, well, my gooey form is a lot more porous and that... Oh, actually, I think this is actually worse for
Yeah,
me.
it's gonna make it worse now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's the trait.
6.
I think that's the trait Upantari cutting against you negatively.
Yeah, well, look. Yeah, we might ever so slightly be screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Who's we?
Okay. New plan. We're rolling a 10, which isn't terrible. GM, I want you to take 1. I want you to take 5 threat, but then I'm activating the citation for conspicuous gallantry.
Okay.
So I'm rolling 5 challenge dice.
Actually, I'll do it because that confuses me less.
Oh,
Okay, you're only getting 4 threat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I would like to spend my determination on the mission always comes first. I can't die here. I have to complete my mission.
Yeah, because there's a lot of fellow Pentari going to be in peril if you go down.
Damn it.
Good dig. It was a good try, though.
All right. That's me.
No milestones?
I don't have any milestones for trying to stay alive.
It's not what you did, it's what happened in the episode.
Exactly.
Okay.
The conceit in the book is that your character is reflecting back on that mission, and they remember something that was helpful to them during that mission. And they're like, "Oh, that helps me now."
There was the mission where I don't have the name off the top of my head written down, but there was the mission where the MOD tried to kidnap me by putting me in a box, and Kovac saved me. Could I say I learned some survival technique from that that'll help me here?
Really help if you had the title, because to know if you even got a milestone from that or not.
If not, don't worry about it. I'm not very consistent about writing them down.
Yeah, because even if you had the episode title, I'd be able to tell you, because I don't know if you have one from that or not.
All right, well, I'll just accept my failure. I tried my best.
And you have a question. Since I since this is happening as soon as the transport ends, can I notice the fluctuation in life signs and reverse the transport? Didn't I get a task for that? This is not.
You'll burn a momentum to learn about this as it's happening, and then so you'd be down 1 momentum, but you could in theory do a I would call it control engineering difficulty 5 to get them back in time.
No, the in theory are doing fine.
Where does the difficulty 5 come from?
They're not on a pad themselves. So
that would be a difficulty increase of just 1, right?
Yeah, because it would have been 4 and now it's 5. Yeah, because it goes from starts from 2. They're not on a pad. Oh, you're beaming them up to the ship though. Are you beaming them up to the ship or up to the?
Yeah, in an emergency situation.
Yeah. So no, it'd be diff 4 because they're coming up to a pad. So it'd be. They're not on a pad, but they're coming up to a pad. So yeah, no, it turns into 4. Yeah.
But I'm only hearing 1 increase in difficulty, which is not on a pad.
Isn't it also strange place?
Not on a pad. Strange environment, and then the 5th one was they weren't going to a pad, so you brought it down to 4.
Okay, yeah, I didn't hear the strange environment part. So.
Didn't help. I was saying it in my head quietly. That didn't help you at all.
Trait calm under pressure.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would have spent that 1. So.
As the transporter thing indicates, oh, by the way, the place you're beaming into has this sort of gas. Uh-oh.
Sensors are going to reduce the diff down from 3 to 2.
Mm-hmm.
See what the ship does.
And the away team is beamed up to the Da Vinci A. Nick of time. Just as Seirana, you notice you're starting to succumb to the gas, and then you're breathing air again.
Are we back on the ship or back on?
On the ship.
You're back on the ship.
As you see Haifa at the controls, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Haifa, there was poisonous gas down there.
Oh, you're not in theory anymore.
Haifa, there is poisonous gas down there that none of us organics can handle. Oh my god, thank you for getting us out while we were still there. Perhaps you could beam down, I don't know, but...
How about
Yeah,
you return with EVA suits and additional enhancers?
yeah, but you're the most skilled engineer on the ship, and the system is clearly broken and needs to be repaired.
I could be the absolute greatest person in the entire universe for this mission, and I still would not be allowed to go down.
Why not?
Because it would violate Starfleet protocol. I'm more important to the proper functioning and the safety of this ship than to the mission.
But you're a computer program, doesn't your essence still exist
No,
up here?
I'm not a computer program in the in the basis sense.
Cam's just
I'm
picking up
more than
equipment.
that.
And then he's like, I am not participating.
I
Um,
apologize. I don't mean to generalize. So, never mind then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you could list every conceivable reason why I would be better than anyone at this mission, and it could not tip the scales in the balance towards the balance of me going down.
PM,
Y'all.
so we previously got the advantage that we had very wide leeway to perform this mission. Can I attempt to argue that because of our mandate from Parliament that supersedes Starfleet regulation on this issue, and that would
No.
allow? Oh,
No, because the purpose of the regulation is Haifa has a duty to the safety of the crew and of the ship. She may override that and say my participation is more important than saving the ship because this saves the ship, sort of thing. But it's hard to, without your XO around, it's hard to leave the ship because you don't have a suitable officer to hang back. Because if Haifa went down, she'd probably have to put either Cham in command or Kal, which means you'd be losing Cham to bring Haifa down, and we don't have enough people
Cham
to have
can't
Kal
do
down.
Can I call Captain Rel and ask her to come see to the temporary command of the Da Vinci?
She doesn't mind helping at all. Yeah.
Would that?
She's doing a scientific thing. You're doing a more emergent thing. So she'll come over and help you if you want it.
If I ensure there's another command level officer in who's able to take charge of the Da Vinci, would that handle the obligation?
It would, because she would just send over her XO to your ship, and she's just babysitting it while you're away. That way your crew is defended, not only with a command level officer, but also another ship is hanging around guarding them. So, if anything, they have more protection than the Da Vinci would ever need. But hey, the people back on Earth won't yell at you about it.
Any resources or roles to make that happen?
No. She's a floating advantage that's just here, that just happens to be around.
Okay.
Because whatever roles you would have had already happened because people reached out to her in roleplay. It's like, hey, hello, you said hi back. Okay, cool. I'm here. Can you help me with something? And Captain Rail's just along the lines of, sure. I'm not doing anything that's vital. I can get. Besides, she has a breach anyway, so getting away from the cosmic filament's probably a great idea right now.
Then I will go back down with the in theory portion of the joint research team, making sure to clarify to the Upentari that as soon as it's safe, they'll be allowed to take part. And Ensign Canet will have to do the transporting now because we can't afford Nadodin.
All right. Do you want to roll for her, or should I?
you so that we can blame you when it fails.
Okay. All right.
Uh,
Focus on replicators and
Flawless
transporters.
reasoning.
Yes.
Okay. Control engineering.
Yep.
What's the difficulty?
3, I believe, is the calculation.
All right.
Wait. Yeah, 3. I'm right. Yeah.
All right.
Why is it 3? It'd be a lot higher than that. You go in the cave?
2 is always the start. It's difficult. The place you're going to is tricky. You're not going to a pad. You're on a pad. Div 4, sorry. Oh, but you have fancy sensors. Div 3.
So Div 3. Okay.
Okay. Well, can we beam you down with transport enhancers to make it easier to beam you back up?
You can. You just pay the cost of more enhancers.
Up to you, Captain.
It would be 2 more to me. I think it's 2 for enhancers.
Are we allowed to use traits to create advantages that we have equipment?
Actually, we already have the enhancers. Presumably, they came back with us. Can we just
No.
use the same
They're
set?
they're sitting on the planet. You guys.
They're
okay.
normally put them down and forget them until like the project's over.
I wouldn't use traits to say you have equipment because there's talents that reflect that. Personal equipment would be something that would cover that. Which would be funny if someone had personal equipment, transport enhancers, but it's their talent. These are my personal transport enhancers. I handmade them myself, like my father before me.
No, I'm gonna call it. There's a much safer and smarter way to do all of this. Me going down like this alone without being able to use the right without with having the transporter chief on a different assignment and without the replacement away team having all the correct equipment, Hive is gonna just say, no, we're going to take 24 hours and reformulate a better approach and cut our losses.
Okay.
Because we're just stacking so much. There's no time crunch here. It's not like we can wait forever, but it's not like the planet blows up if we don't do this, and that we know of. And we are putting a bunch of threat into this. I see it blowing up in our face for something that's not life threatening. So yeah, Hive is gonna pull the plug and say, well, let's take time, get the correct equipment, and take what we know about the atmosphere inside.
So you basically take the day to start looking over the research more thoroughly and the scans more thoroughly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in universe sense, right? It's let's take the time to get the correct equipment and get the correct scans. On a meta level, it's let's do some things to generate some momentum, so that we're not just we don't have 4 tasks ahead of us that are all threat dump tasks for something that's not, life or death. So it's let's step back and do this safely.
As you come back and begin more preparations and scans, there's a sudden surge of energy that comes out of the planet. Another streak of energy fires up and out of the planet from the location toward the galactic filament. And then the energy signature on the planet is gone. And thankfully, calling over the Ononeros, they aren't in the path of what's happened, so they're okay.
It also validates exactly why Haifa said stop, because we would have lost one of the two senior officers in this system had Haifa beamed down. So we didn't get what we wanted, but we did the right thing, I think.
You did the much safer option. Let's put it that way. Okay. Better that than having a bunch of crew members get killed. Ooh. With that, the larger mission at hand that the Assembly sent you for is no longer present. There's a continuing side project of helping out these colonies, but for now, the Assembly's request is no longer relevant because the primary driver of them pushing together was this research project. So, you may check in again with Drakan and Astralis to speak about their colony, but for now, mission is over.
Nailed it.
That was close. I was really worried that, about the safety of the away team, but people managed to dig their way out and save their necks from a very dangerous situation. Mysteries are abound, but, a mystery you survive is one you can investigate later. For all those watching, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, thank you very much for playing. And see the next mission next time. Bye. Oh god, there we go.
Yeah, maybe in a very technical sense we failed, but I think we succeeded everywhere it counted. Because that Aquarius thing's no longer a threat to the planet. And it's no longer something they can bicker over. So